Let's bang. What's up, everyone? Welcome. How exciting, excuse me, is this? My name is Luke Thomas. It's the 24th of January, 2026. If you're in Estados Unidos right now, Los Estados Unidos, it's probably pretty cold. But right now, this is my broadcaster in me. It's about to heat up in the octagon. Welcome to my UFC 324 live watch along. It has the event has started, the broadcast has started, the fights have not yet started. We just saw an incredible highlight package of the UFC history with a Black Sabbath kind of soundtrack to it, essentially, which was first rate. And now they're doing some of the more standard intro for the event itself for UFC 324. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. As I mentioned, we're going to watch the entire main card together, and then we're going to do the live post-fight show right here. It has been a bit of a long break. It has been a bit of a drought, and I know you probably all were at times a little frustrated about it and how long it was. I was too. But that is over. The fights generally have been pretty good tonight. I know that Umar fight against Figgy may not be everyone's cup of tea. We'll talk about that in the post-fight show. But nevertheless, finally, the Paramount era is upon us. The first main card in the non-pay-per-view era for a numbered event, basically, is now upon us. And I'm having a couple issues with Paramount Plus, but we're going to work them out here today. Thumbs up here if you wouldn't mind. I appreciate that. Subscribe if you haven't. I try to do some fun stuff here on this channel. And of course, I know that you have the choice to take your business to any place that you want to, but you're here with me. So thank you very much. If you would like to both support the channel as well as get some kind of a message on screen, you can do so by firing in a donation into the super chat. That all actually goes pretty far, and I would appreciate it if you do. But if you just want to hang out and you just want to watch, that's cool too. All right. While we wait for the first fight to get going, let's sort of catch up a bit on the news here. Not so much from the prelim card itself, but there was an announcement that happened at the end of that broadcast prior to the beginning of this one. Namely, Dominic Cruz was going to be the first one from the class of 2026 to go into the UFC Hall of Fame. Obviously, a multi-time UFC bantamweight champion. He was also a WEC champion as well, a bantamweight champion. Some folks still consider him to be the greatest bantamweight of all time, but either way, one of the handful of the best three, basically, to ever do it. An innovator in his time, although I think those innovations did not last, but they were certainly enough to set him apart. He had a very thoughtful approach to the game, high achiever, and a guy who I would say one of the most remarkable things about him is not so much the innovation to technique, because again, I don't know that really lasted too far beyond his footprint actively in the sport. But what I would say is thinking outside the box, I think, is a big part of his identity, as well as perseverance through debilitating and lasting injury. It's hard to say exactly what was taken from him athletically, but it can't be small, given the amount of time he lost and the kind of injuries that he suffered. Nevertheless, he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. And to me, people always ask me, does this guy belong? Does that guy belong? And we've talked about it before. It really just depends on what kind of Hall of Fame you want and what standard you want to employ. And I used to think there was one right answer to that. I don't think that necessarily as much anymore. What I will say is Dominic Cruz is an easy call. High achiever. Very, very elite achiever. So this is not one of those calls that's like, well, it's borderline, or what do you do in a case of somebody that wasn't a champion? You don't really have to worry about that in this case, Very, very easy call. So congratulations to Dominic Cruz. It's a great name to add to the Hall of Fame, and fantastic career. All right. Now we have 5 fights on the main card here today. As I mentioned, I know you're probably I didn't hate the Nurmagomedov and Figueiredo fight, but we'll talk about that on the post-fight show. But it's relevant because tonight's co-main event, obviously, with Sean Omali and Song Yadong. You might argue he doesn't deserve it. You might argue it should go to Nurmagomedov no matter what. There's a lot of perspectives here, but it's just kind of foolish to at least not consider that if Omali goes in there and styles on Song Yadong, which maybe he does not. I'm simply saying if he does, he's setting himself up for, in all likelihood, a title shot, especially given that Nurmagomedov was getting booed. Oh, by the way, I didn't even notice this. I guess on the pictures because I only saw the weigh-ins on my phone. Now that I see it on my big-ass screen here, Justin Gaethje had a patch on his neck at yesterday's weigh-ins. Did you guys see him get bitter at the Brazilian journalist asking him, like, what's on the neck? And he's like, HIPAA. He's like, that means you can't ask me. That's not what HIPAA means. HIPAA does not mean I can't ask you, hey, what's that shit on your neck? HIPAA is about the security of recorded health information, who has access to it, and under what circumstances it can be shared. Like this is a question about access to information or record keeping or things like that. It's not like, hey, you got some shit on your face, what is that? Oh, you can't ask me, it's a violation of law. No, it's not. But okay, doesn't matter anyway. How's everyone doing as we get started here? Again, a little bit earlier, but this is the first event in the Paramount era, so I figured, you know what? We might as well go all out and do the whole thing. And starting at 9 p.m. Now, we're still watching a lot of commercials, which I don't really care about too much, or care for, I should say. But they got bills to pay. I mean, they got a $7.7 billion bill to pay. And I saw people not understanding this. It's like, oh, they're having ads on Paramount Plus. Guys, do you think that does anyone know how much money Paramount Plus loses year over year? So first look that up. And then ask yourself, how many subs could they really add from what is again, it's big to you and I. Tonight's a great night, but, relative to their other media rights properties like the NBA, not NBA, I should say, but March Madness or NFL, it's fairly niche sport. How many subs are you going to add, especially when it's not necessarily a worldwide thing? It has some global reach, but there are definitely pockets where it's not true, and especially in the Asian markets. Indonesia, they didn't go with. It's a huge population there. Korea, they didn't go with. Again, a significant population. So, like, it's not even a worldwide thing. You're just not going to make $7.7 billion back in 7 years on subs. You're not. You're absolutely not. It's not going to happen. You might not even do it even with the ads, but you have no shot with no ads. You're not going to make your money. Go and look at the Wall Street reports on how much money Paramount Plus loses annually and what their churn looks like, and then give me the argument for how you can just make your money back on sub. You're not gonna. There's no chance. But okay, so we got to learn to deal with the ads. Let me know if you guys have any issues with your feed, with your stream, how you're watching it. I've seen some folks say they're getting logged out. I didn't get logged out, but I had an error message earlier. I refreshed my browser and now it seems fine. So cautiously optimistic. Sorry, I got hair here because I was combing my beard. I apologize. All right. Hunter, welcome to the party. Grant, welcome to the party. And one more thing says, there's no fucking way they're showing a Gestapo ad today, right? Surely they wouldn't dare after what just happened. So he's talking about ICE ads. I'm expecting that the people at the UFC have more sense than showing ICE ads today. So my official bet is that they won't do it. Oh, here's Travis Barker. I interviewed Travis Barker a million times on SiriusXM. He would call in. I'm not kidding, for every major event we would do. Here he is doing like a drum number in the octagon itself. So they're obviously trying to use a lot of celebrity to promote tonight's event. And now we're doing our third intro. We had the Black Sabbath one, we had the standard one, and now we're getting the Travis Barker one. It's a little much, but okay, it's a big night. We're starting early, I get it. But what's the point in starting early if we're just going to get going late? Okay, I liked the Black Sabbath one, and the standard UFC intro is also pretty good. I don't need this one. This is a little much for me. The BMF of rock and roll. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to talk politics tonight at all unless they show ICE ads, which, again, my official prediction is they're not that stupid. I don't think they'll do that. I wish there were more ads on the Octagon, Luke. Don't worry, there's plenty in your feed. Don't worry. What's up, LT? 10-month-old finally went down. Time to enjoy. There you go. What a victory. You youngins out there watching this don't understand what this kind of victory is. You got a 10-month-old to finally go down right in time to enjoy the fights, brother. That's like getting the scratch off and getting like $5,000 in it, man. That's a win. How happy are you knowing this card will be done before midnight? Well, at this pace, I don't know that it will. But if it does, I'll be extremely happy, obviously. Smile, sway, wave your hand. And I don't know the words, but I've heard it in Vegas so many times. Oh, yeah. Fate fell short this time. All right. Can we get to the fights now? All right. And let's go to the desk with Kate Scott, who I did the Spence Crawford weigh-ins with her and Ariel. She is a pro's pro, my friend. Let me assure you. All right, they're doing a bunch of this bullshit. I don't care about none of that. All right. Hugh says, what is Dateline and why did Anik always say that? It's sort of like the time and place of where you are. It's like captain's log. You're kind of marking a place and time. Jack, welcome to the party. You ever listen to the lyrics of War Pigs? Oh, brother. I mean, what kind of a question is that? This is the Ozzy, or Ozzy's in Black Sabbath. This is the Black Sabbath song he's talking about. That did the UFC intro. Did you check out the new multicam option? No, I did not. Let's see. There's a highlight option I see. There's a restart option. I don't know that let's see here. Hold on. Oh, in Espanol and in Portuguese. In Portuguese. I don't have that option yet. I only have... Oh, here it is. Multi-view. Let's check that out. Let's see what we got there. Oh! They got 4 different cameras. Okay. I'm not sure how useful it is yet, but I'm curious. This is all right. This is cool. But yo, we got to get these fights going. It's almost 9:30. All right, I'll come back. I'm going to leave it up for the time being, but I'm going to play around with it. I kind of like that. Carl says Paddy is a funny case. How badly he looked early and even mid in his career to now. Is there anything you were looking for to see he would do versus Topuria? Honestly, I mean, I guess we did a long tape study. We did a long tape study on my Substack. We watched in order every single one of Paddy's fights in the UFC. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned from that, in part that there are some remaining defensive lapses, as well as just unequivocal sort of smoothness to his movement, much more patient, much better setups. Some of the things he does with that rear naked choke with the arm in, grip over the back, to both break guys down, take to the back itself. There's ground and pound he has from there. You saw him do it a bunch of times. Also a bit of a head pinch position for a back taking roll. We saw how he jumps guard a lot. He'll jump triangle. He'll jump guillotine. Doesn't mind. And we saw some of the things he does in terms of takedown defense as well as scrambling, and how he's consistently pretty good at that. But what I would say is, to me, the big battle is going to be the left hook battle, in part because what it means is the range is going to have to be negotiated. If you look at the course of Paddy's career, he kind of is susceptible to the left hook, much less so now than he once was, significantly so than he once was, but at the same time enough where it's a problem. And Gaethje is not a dominant left hooker, but he is dominant in using that left hand for a collar tie and then feeding an uppercut. And I really wonder how that battle's going to go. Paddy's going to get backed up. You'll see him back up in a lot of fights, but he used a lot of long-range weapons. Is he going to use a kicking range weapon inside punching range, which is another problem that he's kind of had? At the same time, if he wraps up with Gaethje, dude, Paddy's good at creating back exposure and then taking advantage of it. And his back control, and then particularly as guys squirm and then his rolling into or his positioning into mount, he has a high mount underneath the armpits. Dude, he's good. He's good. So this is really a question to me of not just what does Justin have left and then the contrast of the ranges and then what weapons those ranges give birth to essentially, but also like to what extent Paddy has really kind of ironed out some of his lingering defensive lapses, especially against a guy who's an unforgiving puncher. All right, I'm going to take off multicam for the... Oh, wait, you know what? I'm going to leave it on for one more second. And I'll take this off. All right, they're running the Arnold Allen promo. You can see Megan Olivi in the multicam waiting on the octagon apron. And then I'm thinking that these other two cams are corner cams. You know what I mean? I guess we'll see. Did you see Buffer fuck up the first intro? Yeah. Yeah. He called Miller Fugate, and he called Fugate Miller. And I'm like, Bruce, you slipping a little bit here, bud? I mean, we all love Bruce, but what are we doing? All right, here's Megan Olivi talking about Jayon Silva. Dude, Jayon Silva is a good fighter, but and I like seeing his stuff, but he's a little annoying. Is he not? He's a little annoying. Like, you know, the crying at the belt thing and the barking thing and then not taking the fight seriously thing and then taking it too seriously. It's a little much. It's a little much. Jesse says, thanks for all the content we've been watching for years, been meaning to send in a super chat for a while. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Mike says, I am completely unable to sign up for Paramount Plus today because Google limits the amount of new users an app can get. Watch the prelims fine here. You might have to use our friends over at Crack Stream or Meth Streams, whatever one it is. I'm not sure. Josh Hokett making CBS gasp day one. I mean, that's what I mean, dude. It's like, it'd be nice to be able to like enjoy a new heavyweight who appears to be pretty good, certainly a good wrestler, good athlete. He performed quite well in his fight. Just appears to be as unlikable as a person. I mean, I won't say as a person can be, but as a professional athlete is just, I have no interest in learning anything else about him. I mean, I'll watch his fights. You know, he can fight. I'll give him that. I'm not, you know me, man. Like whether I like guys or don't like guys, if they're good, I'm gonna give them their praise. And if they win fights, I'm gonna be honest about it. If they're the one that deserve to win because they were better and blah blah, I'm never gonna take that away from them. But like learning more about them, forget it. Luke, I enjoyed watching your video today, reacting to the. Okay, I appreciate that, David. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Unless they show ice ads, I don't on this broadcast today. I don't want to get into it. I do thank you. I appreciate that, but I really, really would like to reserve tonight, if at all possible, for fights. Let's have fun with the fights, especially what is going on in the world. Yeah, let's do that. All right, let me do the main feed. I'm going to go back to the main one because I'm not getting much from the other one. There we go. Trent says they need to find a better placement for the Paramount logo on the screen. Top right-hand corner? I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Jayon Silva got some big-ass nipples. Cut glass with those things. This gentleman writes, Luke, isn't it hilarious that the person to break the finish streak tonight was a Tabo Gauthier? We'll talk about that in the post-fight show, but yes. And, dude, I mean, in fairness, he was drilling my guy Pulyaev with huge shots. But that old Russian bastard, I think Russian or Ukrainian, whatever it is, he's tough as shoe leather. I mean, that dude was tough. So, you know, there is a conversation about Gauthier to be had. But we'll save it for the post-fight show. No one 37 plus has beaten him. Your new 35. Oh, yeah, right. You see these ads now on the screen here with the Ram ad, the yellow one with the QR code. Are you guys seeing this here? This is the few dude. They cannot make their money back on subs, just subs. Won't work. So this shit is just gonna be part of it. Dude, you know what's crazy? Like one of the things that this is like, for example, like the first time I watched a Colombian soccer game, so the national team, right? So the Colombian national team, I saw them play on Colombian national television. I was actually in Colombia when it happened. Dude, they run ads, so like you'll still watch the game, but like and they, they show ads like any other broadcaster does. Like one thing they do is they'll literally have the ad audio over the game feed. So like, they'll do an ad for, I'll make up something, one of their famous like drinks there, like sodas is called Postoban. So they'll do like a Postoban ad and it's like Postoban, me gusta. And they're just doing the whole bit. And then the game's happening. There'll be a goal and they won't cut back to the audio of the goal until the ad is done. And then they'll put like big ass logos on top of like, the feed itself. Like in other words, they like interrupt the game pretty aggressively relative to what we're used to. And I just wonder if we're just going to have to get if that might be in our future. I don't know how that's going to go, but once you see one entity do it and then they're like, oh, well then there's more money to be made here. You're like, they might be doing more of that. I don't know. See, look, here he is. Look at him walking into the ring here. And they got this on 3/4 of the screen. They've got this giant Ram truck ad. You see what I mean? They're going to have to make their money back. They have no hope of it without this. Is BC doing anything tonight to watch? BC is in studio tonight in Connecticut for HQ, CBS Sports HQ. Yep. I talked to him all. We were texting. BC and I texted throughout the entire Zuffa boxing thing last night. A lot of feedback going back and forth. Love your content. Thank you, Green. I appreciate it. On Point MMA. Bisping is absolutely insufferable, he says. Trying to be so animated on the analyst desk. Yeah, he's not my favorite. All right, 32 versus 29. Jayon Silva still 29. Here's Bruce. Let's see if he fucks this one up. That Indie dude says, so not at all a savvy MMA fan, but Paddy's strategy against a potential Topuria fight will be either stay at kicking range or at clinch range. Am I way off? Kicking range for sure. Clinch range, he'll get taken down. Now, he might like that. So, yeah, you're probably right that he would invite contact in that way. But, dude, I don't like his chances against Topuria. I mean, tonight I'm a little bit unsure about Gaethje. Gaethje could send his shit into orbit as well. But, like, I think Topuria would smoke him. But also, Topuria is either the best guy or maybe the second best guy in the entire sport, So like it's not a small standard we're measuring against. All right, here's Silva looking like a fucking weirdo at the Greyhound bus station. I like this better than being in Bruce's face and being like, just barking like a dog at the shelter. All right, so what's one of the main challenges to pay attention to here in this fight? Namely, for me, Arnold Allen, very defensively strong. I'm not going to say offensively limited, but sometimes a little bit of a late bloomer in fights, right, where he sort of comes on at the end. Jayon Silva, offensively very potent, but defensively reckless as shit. So it's an interesting kind of style clash. The interesting part for me, though, is, as I mentioned, sometimes Allen doesn't really get going until a little bit later. It's only a 15-minute fight, so you don't really have a lot of time to fuck around here. So it's a bit of a test against the guy who's going to bring the fight to you, but you don't want to fight on their terms, so it can get tough. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, let's do it. All right, Southpaw versus Southpaw, at least for now. You would imagine Allen is definitely going to be probing, turning. See how he's turning Silva to his to the weak side, to the outside of it, into his own power, but to the weak side of Silva. This is going to be important to keep this guy turning, keep him moving. Of course, you can't just go one direction, kind of got to go back and forth, but he's going to want to get to that outside position. Good little body shot sneaking underneath there by Silva. I will say, this approach, as opposed to just being a wild dumbass, I like this much more from Silva. All right, some stance switching now from Silva. So now that lead hand battle and the lead foot battle is going to be paramount. No pun intended. Allen kind of avoiding contact, so sort of like a probing little calf kick there. When I say avoiding contact, I don't mean it in a pejorative sense, but like, again, this is what he does. He's going to set the terms defensively. He's not just going to trade with you for nothing. Good little body shot there again. They're right straight to the body from Silva. That's a good read from Silva. Arnold's got a good high guard. Ooh. Little push kick feint there from Silva. Great. Split his timing. Phenomenal left straight by Allen. Oy. Head kick attempt off that back. Both guys throwing the back leg. Obviously now from open stance, it's going to make a lot more sense. Good body shot by Allen himself. Good to see him start to open up here halfway through round one. You hear Faraz, we're circling, we're circling. You had to know that was a big piece of what they wanted to do. Okay, a little bit of a trouble there for Allen. Kicking in punching range and nearly paying for it. Back to southpaw versus southpaw. Allen nearly getting a left hand through again. Time. Hold on, let me call the timer here on my feed. Let's see here. I'll put it back on when they go. Here we go. Fight has resumed. Silva looks to me like his wait, be patient offense approach is just so unnatural. He barely looks like himself. Great job mixing up the strikes there with what he was doing. It looked to me like a small guard peel, and then the left hand gets through from Allen. That was fantastic. Allen is fucking tricky, bro. He is splitting this motherfucker's timing every time he throws that left hand. Watch him. He is catching this dude in between beats every single time when he does it. That's what splitting the timing means. So that he is fully open because it's in between the beats of his movement. Oh, that's a good the right hand left straight for Silva. Allen's movement is key to everything. It pulls Silva in and allows him to escape as well, as long as he's being careful about it. Love that left. Gotta watch out for the spinning stuff. This is good from Silva. These kind of unorthodox combinations. Whoa. Good shot at the end there. Oh, he pushes him away. Whoa. Yeah, it turns out Silva doing the donk stuff is actually the most, like, that's how his offense functions. which is both going to elevate him and then limit him simultaneously. So I guess we can't hear the corners now because we have to watch these motherfucking ads. I don't love that. Okay, round 2 coming up here. Here we go, round 2. Let's do it. Great timing there by Silva on that reactive combo, that 3-2. That was great. Caught him moving into it too. Well done. Yeah, he's got to get on the gas here. He's much more dangerous when he's forcing urgency. My feed is a little laggy. I missed one of the shots that Arnold Allen threw. Oy, nice takedown from Silva. Misses on double hooks and then uses that to get the takedown. It doesn't hold him, but it's a nice way to disrupt him. Jumping, switching. Here comes Arnold Allen. Yeah, he's got to get control of this round. And then the clinching. Here comes, ooh! Allen's arm nearly got wrenched. These elbows in the clinch from the right side from Silva are nice. Ooh, great left hand from Allen. Got out of the way of their own right and then countered over the top. I love that 1-2 from Allen. And I love the pace he put. Oh, there he is. Nice work. Left straight, left high kick, jumping left knee. Good right hand from Silva. Oh, another good right hand from Silva. Silva's pretty strong in the clinch. Oh, great knee from Allen. He's trying to spin. Whenever he's got these 2-on-1, there it is. I told you. He's trying to spin. He's got that 2-on-1. Oh, and there's Allen with a spin. Let's go. Good fight. Good fight. Again, now Silva really kind of investing in the leg kicks. Oh, great 3-2 from Silva. This is his round so far, right? Not the first one, but whoo! Head kick to a turning, spinning heel kick from Allen. I don't think either of them landed, but that was nice. Silva just a little bit busier this round, too. Oh, great intercepting jab from Allen. Oh, spinning back elbow from Silva as Allen tried to close the distance and then followed it up with a decent combination, too. Head kick to that same left hand that Allen's always doing. Oh. All right, round 2. What do you guys think for round 2? As we have to look at Colonel Sanders' stupid ass face. Alex Honnold is currently free soloing Taipei. I did see this. I mean, I didn't see him free soloing, but that he was going to. He was supposed to do it last night, and then I guess it all got messed up. Lord Jayon Silva donked it up against Lopez. Yeah, he sure did. Could you be friends with? I'm friends with many of them, just not stupid ones. Hugh says, "Who wins, Silva or Allen? Call it now." Well, what was my pick on the show? I think I picked Silva. Whatever I picked on MK, I won't change it now. Do you vape Nick or THC? Both. Mostly THC, but I have both. I have both in the house. I'll put it that way. Allen is going to beat Jayon Silva by decision. Well, it might be one apiece. Let's see. Here to watch ads with some fights sprinkled in. You think we will have a BC ad read of Cuervo? I don't know how CBS Sports is going to do it. I don't know. I can tell Ant is modding tonight by the poll. Poll, not Pole. All right. Round 3. Let's do it. I'm going to have to speed this up a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, it's about a second behind. Man, good head kick defense from both guys. Good left straight there from Allen. That one has worked for him for most of the night. I'd like to see him vary it a little bit. Good block there from Silva on that attempted body kick by Allen. Oh, the timing on that body shot left straight combo from Silva was beautiful. Bop, bop. See, I mean, that leg kick, that choice that Allen is making, it lands because the guy is moving into you, but then you're open for this flurry that he can throw. All right, here he goes. He gets underneath a punch. Allen's got a broomstick. That's what they call that when you weave over the front leg and then behind the back one. You can see it right there. This is called a broomstick. You can take the back from here. You can turn this into a takedown as well. But again, one of the problems with these kinds of things are if you're really good about manipulating their balance and making them go rest on one leg, it's very helpful. But in general, you got to do what the Dagestanis do. You got to move that guy. You got to move them. If their weight is planted like that, it's not saying you can't get it, but it's a lot harder. People become weightless in motion. It's great. Silva's takedown defense, athletic and good. Man, it's a close round. This is a close round. Single leg to the body lock. But Allen is going to eat that. He's going to eat that. That's that same side. That right side for Silva is the one with the slashing elbows. He's really good about tripping out this post leg. Good balance from Allen. I'm not sure what he's complaining about. He was holding his glove. Great trip. Allen's right back up. Nice elbow. Granby. He stands. Whee! Great job to get away from that body lock. Whew. Silva's trying to grab, turn, and push Allen into the path of an intercepting strike. Cormier is totally right. Allen needs to throw more. Dude, Allen just fucking loses these ones close, man. They're pointing down. The push kicks are working for Allen, but not much else. Oh. Silva just doing more. These head kicks are landing, brother. He's kind of throwing him. Oh, man, that's it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He stepped on his back like he was riding a surfboard. That's crazy. Brother, I've been watching this sport for a long time, and I swear to God, I see something new every time. Dude, look at my face. I look closer to Father Christmas than I do a 21-year-old man, and I'm telling you, every time I watch this sport, I see. You know what Silva does? Silva brings like regional MMA energy into high-level MMA. Like that's the kind, like a guy stepping on someone's back and surfing that shit. That's like what you see in regional MMA. You know what I mean? And Silva just brings it to life in the UFC. It's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's fucking entertaining. He's annoying, but he's entertaining. I've never seen a single episode of Survivor beginning to end. I've definitely watched clips and stuff like that, but not like sat down and watched an episode of Survivor. UFC will just be NFL at scale. NFL is a few seconds of actual gameplay followed by minutes of commercials. UFC will just be 15 minutes of fight time at best with half-hour ad breaks. You might be right. You might be right. We'll see, but you might be right. Wow, in case they score that one whole goal per month, they still run the ads during that Haley's Comet moment. I'm not sure what this is in reference to. Damn, I just figured out how to send you money and comment. Love the content. Yent. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. All right. And now Silva's being a weird ass. Here we go. $30.27. 229.28. Are they going to give it to Silva? Yeah. 30-27 I don't like, but 29-28 I'm cool with. I mean, I get it because you can say he stole the end of the first round. That would be the idea, right? That would be the idea. What the fuck is he saying? All right, now he's crying. I don't think Allen wants to be there. Allen looks at me like he's all right. Thanks. I'm out. Oh, you keep getting pulled back in. There he goes. All right, here's Rogan with Silva. There's the GOAT, Fabiano Busquet. I don't know what he's saying. So he's just describing like they prepared, the same stuff. I prepared for war. I wanted to knock him out. Had to be patient. So Rogan asked him, why were you apologizing to him?
Listen, when I started in this, he was already here. He had been here, and I've always told people, I don't tell this a lot, but it's very hard to find somebody who's an idol of yours, somebody who admires.
It says it's hard to fight somebody you admire. All right. Kellerman was unbearable last night. Yeah, dude. What the fuck was that? Dude, he is he's unrecognizable. I don't know who he is anymore as a person. It's not, I mean, the guy from HBO Boxing, that dude is gone. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's a personal, professional, some combo thing. And the thing that kind of gets me about the whole thing is like, it's just how disingenuous the whole presentation is by him, which is, listen, people are like saying, are you mad that he took a job with TKO Boxing? Not really. In fact, no. Like, you don't hear me yelling at Joe Tessitore. Andre Ward, I work in his company. Like, Ward did a good job. Tessitore did a good job. And listen, part of that broadcast, you had to expect that they were going to say nice things about Zuffa. Okay, fine, cool. That's not what he does, Kellerman. He goes well beyond what, was in this sort of professional expectation into this absurdity. And it's not even just necessarily with Zuffa Boxing. Like, dude, he was fucking comparing Callum Walsh, who, I'm not going to sit here and shit talk him, but he's not the future of that company, okay? Like, he's not. He's not the guy. And he's like comparing him to Roy Jones Jr. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Matt Hughes here. They showed Chris Rock. Here's Amanda Nunes, who was supposed to be fighting tonight. Unfortunately, she's not going to be able to. We all know the story there. She's dancing with her kids, which, by the way, is great. So he's I don't know what you want to say. He's a different person. Because, again, getting back to the argument, he tries to argue like, oh, I've always wanted, a single entity to control boxing, right? Like to have the kind of uniform experience that you get watching, the other sports league. There's one NFL, there's one NBA, but like the reality is there's also like all these city cultures that are different from the national culture. I want to point that out. Like Wizard culture is different than Hawks culture. Raiders culture is different than Giants culture. It's very these sort of like these geographic enclaves, they take on their own. But more to the point, that's not even the point. The point is those are employees and they have protections. And like you never hear Kellerman go to the mat on pay. He just sidesteps it. He just gives the game away. You know what really blew my mind? The last thing on this fucking guy went on the Bill Simmons podcast and he was like, oh, part of the reason I got kicked off First Take is because he didn't want to debate me, which I can believe, but then he calls himself Muhammad Kellerman. It's like, brother, I don't think a guy who can't reckon with the truth is all that hard to debate. I got to be honest with you. Not on that issue. I don't know who could make a better argument about, who's the greatest quarterback of all time, but on this issue, the one he is himself going to the mat on, you won't even reckon with the reality of it. And then you want to brag about your debate skills. Get the fuck out of here. Who the fuck do you think who do you think you sound like when you talk? Do you think you sound convincing to people? No one hears this and goes, wow, these are really trenchant observations, because you won't actually tackle the substantive critique of that model. Yes, I can understand the argument for like, oh, we want to have just simplicity, fewer belts, fewer weight classes, blah, blah, blah. Like, what fan wouldn't want that? Everyone fights here. What fan wouldn't want that? But if they don't have the corresponding protections that we now know don't exist on the MMA side, you've never in your life seen legislation where one company is, designed to be the intended target of it. This has led to class action lawsuits. I mean, I don't want to talk about this shit anymore, but like, it's just the fucking balls on this guy to be like, well, who wants to debate Muhammad Kellerman? Dog, on Fighter Pay, anyone who knows anything would whip your ass. You can't even talk about it. Oh, it's just, isn't it great to have a uniform standard? Oh, okay, like, let's just presume for a second that's true. It's not, but let's just assume, what about all the other shit? Just, crazy. All right, makes me mad you and BC. We did not get a divorce. BC and I are friends. I've seen this shit like, well, BC left the show. Yes, he did. Y'all know he didn't want to, right? I mean, of course, he wanted to accept the opportunity that CBS Sports gave him. I'm not trying to say that's in any way like, he's not grateful for it or it's not going to be a great thing for him. That's not my point. But like, he did everything possible to stay. Like, it didn't work out that way, but like, that was never his plan. You know what I mean? Like, it just ended up just being that way. There you go. We love BC here. Don't worry. We'll be. I love BC for life, and I'll never talk bad about him. Unless he goes on like a murdering rampage, which is also possible. But short of that, I won't do it. All right. Prone says, new to your other channel. Thank you. I appreciate it. BC is like a fungus. He kind of grows. Yes, he is. He is toe jam. That's what he is. He's toe jam. Oh, look at my man. He looks like a bad English rapper. Paddy Pimblett's got a big ass chain on. All he needs is grills, and he's got cornrows. You ever seen the Arias Spears making fun of British rappers? You ever heard him do that? It's fucking hilarious. This is what years of people pirating gets us. Yeah, I suppose. All right, you trying the multicam on for size tonight? I'm gonna do it in between rounds and see what that yields. Hey, I'm on Paramount Plus yet. It says main card starting next and nothing else. What do I do to watch it live? You got to hit watch live. There's like a watch live button. You got to click that. Seriously. So annoying. Paramount Plus in France shows the UFC catalog but won't load anything. The event tonight is on RMC Sport instead. Yeah, they have a deal. That's what I mean. Like, this is the thing about Paramount Plus. Oh, they'll make their money back in subs. No, they won't. They'll make some money back in subs. They're not going to make fucking $8 billion in subs off signing the UFC. No, they're not. That's never going to happen. And so in part, it's because in key markets, it's still not necessarily eligible for like worldwide viewing. Just the way it goes. Silva by mogging. A little. Also volume and activity, but yes. Well, my main parlay is busted. I guess you must have had Allen in there. Sorry about that, bro. That was Nick Diaz laying down against Anderson. Yeah, man. I mean, Silva was a champion. It's a little different, but like, yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, the MMA is just, it's a crazy sport for crazy people. And I take pride in saying I'm one of them. I now have Havate Ram trucks. I don't know if it's have to have or hate, or I don't know what you mean there. If Arnold had more power, he'd be a monster. Great skill, but I don't see him winning a lot of fights decisively. To me, he's just too offensively. Dude, the problem with MMA is like, you can be really, really good defensively, and that is important. In fact, sometimes being good defensively is the difference between winning a championship and not. Like, it's that critical. But the problem is it's an offense. Dude, offense is more important than defense in MMA. It's so much. And I know you know that, but I'm like, it's like way more important. It's way more important. And it's good to be defensively sound. But if you're, there's a certain looseness that Silva was more, he threaded a better needle tonight because you saw him begin to open up in some of these combos and put stuff together. He was throwing spinny shit, but he was also mixing in takedowns. He was taking his time. He didn't rush, putting hand to foot combinations together. Like there was a lot of stuff he did right. And again, he kind of pulled back on some of that craziness, but he was, dude, like it's a tough sport to be like a defensive fighter in. It's tough. It's tough. Drum Koda, welcome to the party. Jayon is the new king of cringe. No, Josh Hokett is the new king of cringe, but Silva's he's a good fighter. He's fucking annoying. He's got big ass nipples too. Luke, you are HBO Max now. No, HBO Max was ringside. Your boy, well, I'm ringside for XFC, but your boy is like I said, I made a people. It's so funny. It's like, people will say stuff to me like, oh, so-and-so won't talk to you. No. I chose not to talk to most of these donks. I don't want to talk to a lot of them. I don't find it interesting to talk to. I have self-selected out of a lot of these circles on purpose. And could I make more money if I would just do like, I could make more money if I just shut the fuck up. But like, I just find the industry so strange that not shutting the fuck up is considered like a rare, how do I say this? Like no one does it. And so therefore it leaves an opening, and B, it's like, I just can't believe people just give up on saying truthful shit. You know what I mean? They just like, I guess I just won't do that in my job. And I'm like, why? All right, they're showing ads for The Running Man. I saw The Running Man, the new one. Here's my review. It's basura. It's basura. There's a couple of cool fight scenes. The one on the airplane is actually really cool. That one kind of saved it a little bit for me. But and I will say it is. I've read the novel, the Stephen King novel. It is closer to the Stephen King novel than the Schwarzenegger version. But to me, people shit on the Schwarzenegger Running Man, and I have to tell you, I think that one is vastly superior to the one that this one was. Luke, you are the GOAT. No, I'm not, but I appreciate that. You're going to the World Cup games. I'm going to the friendly between Colombia and France here in D.C. I never buy sports tickets, or I won't say never, rarely buy sports tickets, but I wanted to make it an exception for that one. Silva's so fun, just needs to work on his ground defense. His takedown defense was pretty good tonight. All right, here's Natalia Silva wearing a full rash guard. I don't know how I feel about the full rash guard on the women's game. Obviously, they have to have a different, we all can accept that they have different wardrobe requirements. I don't know how much I love the rash guard. This gentleman writes, can you talk about private equity and conglomeration one day, how it's ruining all forms of media? Yes. I'm going to read that new book on private equity. Where is it? I showed it to you guys before I went to vacation. I have it here. That's on the to-do list this year. Paddy looked like Malibu's most he looked like Malibu's most wanted. Yes, he did. All right, tail to tape. 28 versus 33. Rose Namajunas a little bit taller, and they are supposed to have the same reach, 65 inches. More sketchy business with Johnson Hernandez fight, which they pulled from the card ahead of tonight. However, what I'll say is, if they got news that there was irregular betting and then they decided to pull it, it turns out there's more they could have done in terms of anticipating injury, but earlier in the week. But just as a general rule, if integrity firms go to the UFC and they say, hey, we got irregular betting, and the UFC says pull it, I think that's a good thing. I think most of us as a general rule would say that's a good thing, and that appears to be what they did, and I won't complain about that. Luke, what would you say? What would you rather pay to see? Impeccably swift and graceful combos with tactical new and raw, unbridled power stealing lives? The answer is always, this is the problem. It's not one or the other. It's always both. All right, last thing. Just because the UFC signed a new deal, why would fighters who already have signed contracts expect new deals? they can negotiate that in their next deal. Champs can rework their deals, perhaps biz is biz. Yeah, I mean, these guys have a lot of expectations about, they have a lot of expectations about things, and they don't have to seem to have a lot of literacy about how these things go. Very quickly on this, here's the math. Paramount's $8 billion investment, $13.99 per month, 47.7 subs to break even annually, and that doesn't include churn. You're not going to get 50 fucking million subs annually. It's just not going to. You're not going to get close. It's not going to work. All right, here we go. Jason Herzog is your referee. Rose Namajunas and Natalia Silva, title shot implications, probably in both directions. De facto number one contender fight here for women's flyweight. Let's do it. Silva genuinely looks like she's dancing with the hip feints that she can't really get going. See, look at that. I made a Monica Seles reference about the way Silva fights, and no one got it. Monica Seles was a tennis player, and every time she hit the ball, she was like noteworthily loud and saying, "Yeah, yeah." The SNL made fun of her for it. Both of them have a little bit of nervous energy. If these two motherfuckers dance around each other for 3 rounds, I'm going to be bitter. So far, the only things that appear to have landed are the leg kicks from Namajunas. Silva waiting to counter. It's a good jab there from Namajunas. Again, good leg kick there from Namajunas. Silva trying to flurry in response, but didn't really sneak anything through that I could tell. There's a good one. Nearly caught the kick, right hand, left hook. Now she returns the favor, Silva does, with the leg kick. Here comes Rose on the gas with a jab. They both trade their high chins on both. Silva, to me, is getting backed up too easily. God, look at her feet. She's got happy feet. It's hard to set and move when you're doing that. Again, another hard leg kick from Namajunas. Silva returns the favor, but then eats a flurry from Rose. Good leg kick from Silva, but doesn't follow it up with shit and, in fact, backs up. Oh, spinning back fist, spinning back elbow, or spinning back forearm. Well, this round sucked. Takedown attempt goes nowhere. Silva has judo background. It's pretty hard to take down. Well, that was no fun. That was no fun. Hold on. I got a message here from Ant. On the air. All right, more ads from I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. Oh, is this DoorDash pro wrestling bullshit? I mean, who won that round? I guess Namajunas, right? I mean, I'm not sure, but I guess Namajunas. Been watching for years. Your breakdowns, passion, and humor got me through the tough days and made me love MMA more. Thanks. The grind staying real. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Here we go. Let's do it. Round 2. Yeah, here comes a tweet from UFC executive producer Zach Candido. Quote, just a debut show. Lots to get in. Hashtag UFC 324. Don't expect the new norm to be 30 minutes after the hour to get to fight 1, which they did today. Just trying to do some special stuff. It'll be at least 10 minutes earlier next week. All is well. All is well. All right. Very good. All right. We're back to this bullshit ass fight. This fight kind of sucks. This is a better version of Namajunas versus Carla Esparza. Francis Ngannou mentioned on the broadcast. Good right hand from Rose. Bro, what the fuck happened to women's MMA? They're both reaching, more so Silva, but they're both reaching too far, or they're getting jammed up by being too close. A nice attempted trip from Silva, but she didn't follow it up. She's got double overs. Yep. Which you can do a lot from in judo. Oh, good job with that whizzer over the back from Namajunas. Or sorry, the underhook that turned into the over the back. Silva's strong. All right, she's going to have to step through and then turn Namajunas' hips over. Right now, you can see she's pressing into Namajunas as a way to keep her pinned. You see that? They kind of just like literally press you into the cage. Typically when that leg is between. She's thumb blocking on the elbow. Good job by great takedown for Namajunas. Take her one direction and then take her the other one. So she pulled her off of the fence in a circle and then took her down the back way. That's good mechanics. What did I tell you guys earlier about takedowns when they saw the Arnold Allen with the broomstick? When someone's planted, it's hard to take them down, but you start putting them in motion, and you have to use it strategically. But you start putting them in motion, they can get very light. Well, this ground and pound is. Yes, this overhook method, like this on an armbar, it can work, especially with the gloves. But if the elbow is on the outside of the hips, the ribs, it's just there's not much there. You got to get that, either turn your body, you kind of have to get that elbow across a little bit. Like there has to be some kind of movement like that. If the elbows are this and outside, yeah, you can pin them to the top of your chest with this overhook, but it's just really hard to control. Rose putting that knee up in part to prevent any kind of triangle. Lets it go. All right, it looks to me like it's 2-0 Rose. I guess, right? I guess that's right. Is it me or am I tripping that 2 of Arnold's movies are becoming true? Running Man, Deep Fakes and Government Lies, and Terminator AI. It's a little aggressive, but yes, it turns out the dystopian movies of the 80s and 90s have been more prescient than we had imagined. I'm getting the feeling Paramount will only intensify the UFC decline into slop, this person writes. UFC, here's a homophobe versus a woman beater. Eat up and like it. Well, brother, that wouldn't be new. I mean, I hate to tell you, but that ain't new. Is this broadcast in 1080p? I can't quite tell. I know certain parts, certain commercial elements have been. I don't know if the rest of it is. I've heard mixed responses. I don't know. I don't know what the official word is. I don't know. Snooze Fest. Can we expect the heavyweight slot fest next? I think so. Who won round 1? Not us. All right, here we go. Round 3. Sweet merciful Jesus. Let's do it. Round 3. Here comes Silva running across. You better do a lot more than this bullshit. Let's go. I don't mind the flurries, but let's see if Silva's got a jab at all. She's got a lot of reactive punching. She uses the lead leg for kicking a lot. There it is again. There was a bit of an attempt at a check hook. Where's the jab? Let's see about the jab. Nope. And so let's see what Dean has to say. It's a good read from Dean Thomas saying if you got someone who's like overreactive or over feinting, overwhelm them, which is true because it obviously means that they're hesitating anyway. There's a bit of a jab from Silva, not much of one, but a little bit. That's better. But here's what a point I'm trying to make. She doesn't back up Rose. You notice like with the space that she has here, right? Look how much space is around and behind Rose. So she has infinite, if you can just read the punch, if she's far enough away and you can see it coming, which the 99 times out of 100 she is, then there's no way to like hit the long range stuff because they can just move out of the way. So some of the kicking might work, but a lot of that is just kind of like distance maintenance kicks. It's not like damaging, punishing ones. And I would like to see her go back to the leg kicks. But you can see how far she has to reach because she's not pressuring Rose and corralling her and then going into some of this stuff. It's just a ton of open space. You're far enough away, you're in kicking range, and then you throw a long range like right hand or something, and they just get out of the way. This is a little bit better. This is better. Now go. This is it. This is your moment. And she's giving the shit up. Good cage craft there from Namajunas, getting off the black lines and behind them and then into the center position. Bro, if I'm Shevchenko, I'm taking my ass to 35. I mean, you can win these fights, you know, but like, this ain't doing shit for your legacy. I mean, that's not fair. Beating Rose is a big name, but just in terms of what the current threat level is, you know? Oh, side kick to the face from Silva. That was nice. Single leg. Great hips on Silva. Amazing sprawl. Good job keeping the body lock. Nice. I was going to say good job by Rose keeping the body lock, but that was in judo. Sometimes you'll see them, the judokas, they'll give up double underhooks because it allows them to get some throws. And you can do like lateral drops and stuff like that in wrestling too, but I just see like the judo guys a little bit more like ready with it. And then she takes top position here. This is nice. She gets kicked off Sumigashi. And she lets Rose stand. Oh, just lets her up uncontested. What the fuck? What the fuck? Just letting an opponent get up uncontested. I mean, in a fight, you're losing. I mean, you could make a case Silva won the third, I guess. But she didn't win the first two. And the fight sucked. All right. Let's see what you got. Rose is the common denominator in bad women's MMA fights. She's got two of them on her roster. Yeah, maybe. Hear me out. Can we let women take PEDs? Well, in truth, all sports are enhanced by them. But does BC have his pants around his ankles for this? It doesn't take much, to be honest with you. So he might. I don't know how they take that in studio at Sports HQ, though. For the Little Ladies College Fund. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Hello from Sydney. Down under. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Rose got a little bit of a shiner under that left eye. All right, so it should be Rose 29-28. Here we go. All three 29-28. Oh, Silva won. So, okay, I can understand. Round 3 and then round 2 would have been the swinger. And there's just a fucking sea of boos. Yo. I mean, I don't know what the fuck that was. Here's Rogan. Yeah, that side kick was nice. Some of these turning back kicks are nice. Well, that head whip, oh, was so nice. That was nice too. Yeah, her third round was good. I'll give her the third round. Third round was good. Third round was good. But it's like, is that someone you think can beat Shevchenko? Maybe.
A lot of people were putting me as a very, very favorite, but that's not how things work. Rose is an amazing athlete, and I was putting this facing this as the toughest fight of my life.
She said the Rose was the toughest fight of her life. Okay, great. Luke, contigo nunca hay un momento aburrido. Saludos. With you, it's never a boring moment. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm not sure that Rose was entertaining in more than 3 of her fights. Okay, that's a little strong. There's Robert Kraft, mouth breathing, looking for someone for a rub and tug. There's Mackenzie Dern. There's Wilmer Valderrama. There's Chuck Liddell with somebody. What the fuck? All right, here's Waldo, shirtless with a belly. She's had some bad fights, but this is a little strong. This is a little strong. Herzog is back. Yes. He's been back for a while. This is not a first time back. Rose versus Val will make for a dreadful, it'll be the most boring fight on earth, unfortunately. And it might be next. I don't know. When does Paramount let BC commentate women's MMA? I don't know. I don't think they're gonna. I could be wrong. I don't know what their plans are for him, but yikes. Mark Smith apparently injured his ankle in the Gaethje fight. Needed assistance leaving the octagon. Yeah, dude. I mean, sometimes these guys, you see them trip and fall. A lot of refereeing is like lateral or even backwards walking, and sometimes they can run up on your position. Shit can happen. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. To be honest with you, it's like that's why you don't see like super old refs anymore. Because, dude, you need to be kind of spry to do that job. You don't have to be in your prime necessarily, but you got to be spry. Rose has always been a bit up and down, but that really felt like her heart wasn't in it. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what to say. These judges were just judging her lower half. What the fuck? Oh, you mean you're describing Natalia Silva's rear end? Is that what you're doing? That decision sucked, D. Jesus, what the fuck? It's not the one I came to, but I can see why they did it. Round 3, sure. Round 1, no. Round 2, maybe. What happened to Rose? She beat Wiley twice a few years ago, and she seems like a total dude. Fighting, man. And I'm communicating something I've never professionally done, but I've seen so much of it where injuries pile up can change the psychology of a fighter, and they sometimes don't even really know it or at a bare minimum fully accept it. Sometimes their heart's not in it, in ways that has nothing to do necessarily with injury, but the grind of doing it, and they still want to, and it's still a great way to make money, but they don't have the same kind of fervor anymore. Also, people's style can be figured out. So, I mean, there's a few factors that can happen, but I think one of the things that I've really learned over time is that some fighters can have a psychological change, and they'll either deny it or not even sometimes be fully aware of it. Yet you'll watch them compete, and you'll be like, dude, it's not the same person anymore. Whether that's Rose is a question I cannot answer, but if it is her, she would not be the first of this type. Now that we've had Jason Love versus Adam 22, how long until we get a BC versus Malik Scott fight? Why would BC fight him? MMA judging is bonkers. Felt like the only definitive round was the third, and therefore Silva won. They do put in the round vote after each round. So sometimes folks think that, they wait until the end. No, they do not wait until the end. They put in a full score at the end of each round, and then the machine tallies it. Sometimes I tally it by hand, but in general, it's a machine. Is joining Bill Simmons' company a possibility? I mean, Chuck's already there. I don't know. I've never had a conversation with Bill. I don't know. I'm not waiting around on anybody. I don't think I'm in that kind of a position. Nor am I out. I mean, I would happily talk to Bill, but I'm not. I'm not. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if I could just get back into corporate media? First of all, I've had other opportunities I'm just not interested in, but more to the point, like I'm not that eager to just like jump back in. And I think it's kind of foolish in the current media environment to just wait around. You got to make your own luck out there these days. It's just the reality. They should replace Rogan with BC. Yeah, well, I don't think BC's got quite the same pull on the audience. I love him, but I think we can all agree that's a little bit much. Look, this sucks. I thought Rose got robbed. Not Natalia's fault, though. She tried and okay. All right. We can, guys, if you want to bang female fighters, keep it to yourself. I'm not. What's kind of funny, man, is I know that these conversations happen in male circles all the time and whatnot. And I'll just say that you're going to be like, I don't know if it's because I cover them as like in a professional capacity, but I'll just say it. How do I explain this? My attention on, beautiful women is focused elsewhere. I'll put it that way. Pat's manipulation needs to be studied. Got Rose and convinced her to leave Trevor Whitman so he could be the head coach. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. I'm not sure what the answer is. Just came back from the bathroom break. What happened? But in all seriousness, I just feel that women's MMA hasn't been what it used to be. It's not, dude. They used to be able to do stuff to each other. Like, dude, you ever seen the Misha Tate Kat Zingano fight? That fight is fucking awesome and brutal as shit. And I was like, dude, like I used to think that like, man, women's MMA is like the antidote for women's boxing because they can actually affect change. And now we're getting to a point where they can't affect change anymore. And it's like, how did we get here? Could you or have you ever reffed? Never reffed. I've been offered to be trained to do a refereeing in Virginia and DC and just don't want to put in the time. I have a family. I got to do shit like this. I just don't have time. Dalton, welcome to the party. Shout out to my brother, Terry says, and sister-in-law, John and Taylor. Well, there you go. Thank you, Terry. Grade the card so far. The early fights were better. Yes. Main card, I'd give the first fight maybe an 8 strong, maybe 7 or 8. That one I give a 4 or 5. So not that great, but it might pick up from here. We'll see. Florida Rick, thank you, sir. Thomas, thank you, sir. Wow, Johnny Hendricks fall off mental or other. Did they show him? I didn't see him. Derek Lewis is 40 years old, y'all. All right. I predict a massive drop-off for next weekend's numbered event card. What do you say? What say you? Well, in part because the card is not great. We don't agree politically, but I appreciate your pragmatism on issues. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think there will be a drop-off, in part because the first one is going to be heavily promoted, blah, blah, blah. But the other part is, like, dude, have you guys looked at the 325 card? It's not super strong, Alan, welcome to the party. What would you do if you got a serious offer from Daily Wire? It would really depend on what the fuck they wanted me to do. I cannot imagine such a thing would ever happen. But you know how like Jessica Tarlov works on Fox? I mean, these jobs do exist, but again, I'm not waiting around. Is BC going to be able to work with Bisping after all his remarks about his commentary? Guys, this is a question. I mean, y'all are asking me questions, and they're, I'm not the one who can answer them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how. I don't know what they're going to do with them. I don't know. I'm not even sure. See, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I would love to go to UFC 325, but once again, the tickets are at FU prices, $500 Australian for back row seats. How did we let this happen? Monopoly. I mean, that's not just the only explanation, but it's a big one. I know Volk is at 45, but do you see him versus Max eventually at 55? Maybe a retirement fight? Unlikely. Why would you fight a guy you've beaten 3 times? No. Oh, yeah. I know Black. I Dominic Papi versus the Black Beast. Yeah. A little bit of that. In all seriousness, thanks for doing these watch longs. Well, thank you for being here, Henry. I appreciate it. Luke, do you know if this broadcast... People keep asking this. I don't. I've been asking around, and I can't get a straight answer from anybody. And I don't know what to do. I cannot get an answer. Oops. No better way than to start the new era with you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I overslept and missed all the fights till now. Has anyone begged Dana for a bonus or higher bonus yet? No, but we do have new bonuses. The performance bonuses are going to go from 50 to 100K, and then every finish gets 25K. And people think that's a lot of money. I'm certainly not mad at the improvement. I want to be very clear about that. I do think that's an improvement. But they used to be 75K at one point over almost 15 years ago. And if you actually do the math on what that meant in 2011 dollars, is actually $110,000 in today's dollars. So it's like, I don't know how much they're really sharing here. I will say that 25 for any finish is nice, but it's not much that they're adding. Should I join the Air Force or the Navy? Well, what the fuck do you want to do with your life? Things that the Air Force does or things that the Navy does? Thanks for the watch along, Luke Fuck Ice. Yes, I agree. I agree. One Championship has much better women's MMA. I think they have a better rule set too. I think one, basically the Pride rule set. I think the one rule set is a much superior rule set to the one we have. I think it's vastly superior. But we're stuck with a 10-point must system. So there we go. All right, fuck Mary Kill. DC commentary, Tony Romo commentary, Joe Buck commentary. Jesus. Wow, that's a tough one. I'll marry DC. I'll fuck Tony Romo commentary, and I'll just tell Joe Buck to get pound sand. Can you do a film study on the Adam 22 Jason Love fight? I'd rather get fucked to death by an 8-dicked walrus. Are you familiar with the YouTube channel Modern Day Debate? I am not. And if so, would you ever debate politics? I do not know what it is. I'm open to a debate under the right circumstances, for sure. All right, here we go. Waldo Cortez Acosta, 34. He's a little bit taller, and he has a 1-inch reach disadvantage to Derek Lewis. So Derek Lewis is 1 inch shorter, but 1 inch a little bit rangier. Let's see. Both men do not have six-packs. All right, here's Bruce Buffer. Damn, dude, they're showing us fucking beer ads during the intro. All right. Here's Cortez Acosta. I have started Spanish classes as an adult. I had my first one today. Well, that's not true. I had my second one today, but yeah, they are now in full swing. I decided that I didn't want to keep learning by just listening to songs or watching the news. I wanted to like formally learn. And I got to tell you, you're all going to think I'm the biggest dork and loser, and that's fine. I don't mind. I love being in a classroom. Oh, I fucking love being in a classroom. It's my favorite thing. All right, here we go. Derek Lewis, number 8 at heavyweight. Let's do it. Okay. Orthodox versus Orthodox. Cortez Acosta pressuring into him, but not cage cutting just yet. Look, you see that? He's just letting Lewis circle. He might be doing this on purpose just to get him moving on his heels and doesn't want to get sometimes Lewis can be tricky when he's up against the fence. Cortez Acosta with a jab to the body, nearly pays for it with a check hook there from Lewis. So Lewis does those jumping switch kicks, I think, to stun people, not because they even land, the guys block them, but like the sheer force kind of makes them stop in place. They can't quite collect themselves. It takes a second to collect themselves, you know, almost like being hit with a big wave at the beach. Like you didn't knock you off your feet, but it takes you a second to gather yourself. And then he follows it up with a flurry after that. You see how it looks to me like he's purposely not really cage cutting that much. He is a little bit here, but you see he's letting Lewis back up. Stance switch from Lewis. A little bit of a jab there from Cortez Acosta. Jab is cooking a little bit for Cortez Acosta. Good left hand there, getting out of the way of Lewis's left hook. Lewis got reached with it. You reach, I teach, brother. Now Cortez Acosta, there. I was just going to say, you got him up against the fence, leg kick him. Perfect. Because he's going to be waiting to go with the hands. Oof. Huge right hand from Acosta. Cortez Acosta misses. Caught kick. Let's see what he can do with it. He's going to turn him around. Let's see if he gets on top. Let's see. Kick the legs. Absolutely. Sakuraba used to do this. Yep. You're going to have to engage at some point here. Good. Ground and pound there a little bit. You're collecting the ankle like that because if it's like that, they can't sit up, right? Lets it go. Lewis, by the way, will pretend he's hurt when he's not. Cortez Acosta starting to get his range here a little bit. Now you see Lewis trying to back him up. Cortez Acosta making Lewis miss. Honestly, the leg kick and the jab of Cortez Acosta has been the best part. It's been the best part. All right, let's see what they say to Lewis here. He wants a marathon. You need a sprint. I want him on his heels. All right, they say they want Cortez Acosta to be busier. Dude, the corner advice in Lewis's corner was correct, but I don't know if he's got it in him to produce that. Let's do it. Partly he does these jumping switch kicks. It's just a way to close range. Like he can't track him down. Now he's doing better pressuring, like he's listening to his corner this round, Lewis is. But he's got to get a little bit more behind it. And now Cortez Acosta is backing him up off this jab. Oh, great right hand. Stung him. That split his timing. Great shot. Oh, here we go. These guys both need more fakes and feints. Great leg kick. I totally agree with DC. He's saying he should throw more leg kicks. Derek hasn't checked one yet. He never checks them. Great jab. Another one. Loving that. Just got to stay off the black line. Oh, another right hand catches him. Lewis can't find him. He's too slow. His feet are too slow. I mean, Waldo, like, you see how far he's reaching with that jab? Like, in MMA, that happens because guys stand so far apart relative to boxing. He's there to be countered too, though. Dude, the jab. You see how I ask about it in every fight? Let me see your jab. It's such a telltale sign about who can advance in this sport. Oh, nearly got hit with that uppercut. Woo! Big left hook. Whiffed, I think, or partly landed for Lewis. But he's getting tuned up here. Just tuned up is a strong word, but he's stuck in the mud. Nice body shot. Dude, what the fuck was that? He missed with 2 shots. Oh, Jesus. Cortez Acosta just dropped him with a little shot and now is beating the fuck out of him. They're going to stop this. This is it. That's it. Yeah, dude, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? He just popped him. You know what it looked like? I'm dead serious. It looked like the punch that Anderson Silva dropped Forrest Griffin with. Forrest Griffin swings, and Silva just goes bop, hit him with 1 shot, and then he goes face first. It looked just like that. I want to see the replay. Did that not look just like Anderson Silva versus Forrest Griffin? Let's see the replay. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Dude, that was just it was like a lesser heavyweight version of that. Look at this. Bop. And look at Derek Lewis. He throws the right hand, so he at this point he's here. Like, what's defending you here? What's defending you? Nothing. So Cortez A Costa goes bop. Short shots too. These ones, these are good, right on the ear. Wow. All right. Not bad. Not bad. I'll take that. I'll take that. Repped MK merchandise at a Lincoln Park gig yesterday. Then I stumbled across multiple tweets of yours absolutely shitting on them more than a decade ago. You know what? I've changed my opinion on that. Like, they're not for me. They're not for me. But I don't have the same vitriol for them. I don't. I've lost it. I take back. You know, I take it back. I'm here for the politics. What's all the sports talk? No. Not tonight, fellas. Not tonight. Seriously, though, I love your I appreciate it. Wouldn't follow MMA if you didn't exist. Like, wow, thank you. I appreciate that. The ads have been killing me tonight, but your commentary has made the night a lot more enjoyable. So thank you. No, thank you, Noah. I appreciate you. Paramount Essential isn't HD. Paramount Premium is. Okay, that makes sense. I have Paramount Premium. So maybe my feed is. I'm in Australia and I still have to pay pay-per-view. All the ads are insane. Glad I know how to sale, but could not imagine $90 to watch adverts. Yeah, I don't get that either. I don't know what their plan is. This is so fun, Luke. Don't be mad. No, it worked out nice at the end, but I always look forward to these streams. Thank you, Luke. And also, fuck ice. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Kurt. You can't convince me he doesn't give up whenever he gets finished. He's literally quitting. He was not hurt. I think he was hurt a little bit. Oh, he's got the eye patch. A Costa, not a Costa. Rogan goes, were you surprised how easy the fight was? Can't hear.
I'm not surprised at all. Been following Derek since the start of my career. I'm very grateful. Thank you for the opportunity to fight him.
It just says a bunch of nice stuff about Derek.
That's what I wanted to show. My calmness, my patience.
Yeah, I wanted to show his patience as well. Good shout.
Well, this is another big one for you, a huge victory for you. Give us your thoughts on who you'd like to face next. You're very high in the rankings in the UFC heavyweight division. Ahora tremenda victoria por ahí. ¿Quién viene próximo? ¿Quién quiere más ahora? El próximo reto. Era porque rey. Por lo que disparate, ahora me toca tener la boca a él. How unfair display. He's talking a lot of crap, and he shut up. That would be a great fight to see. Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Waldo Cortez A Costa.
There he is. All right, let's do something. Let's pay a few bills here. Let's see here. Okay. Let's do this very quickly if we can here. Ready? Here we go. And then we'll do this. No, wait. Wait. Here we go. This one. Okay. Boys and girls, children of all ages, you guys have heard me talk about my commutes to New York and how much I hate them. Good news, I don't have to do them as much anymore. And one of the big reasons beyond the time away from my family and lost hours of productivity is hauling ass from DC up to New York. I usually arrive a little sweaty, depending on the journey, maybe even a little bit stinky. So I started using Mando long before they ever approached us to sponsor the show. That is, in fact, a very true statement. I keep a stick of Mando in my computer bag. That's true. And I'll literally pop into the bathroom at the train station, sometimes even on the train itself, put it under my arms, some other places, and then arrive at the studio smelling a whole lot better. And here's the thing, folks. Mando is not just normal deodorant. It was created by a doctor who saw firsthand how normal body odor was being diagnosed and mistreated. Mando is clinically proven to block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 freaking hours. They've got the solid stick, which is what I use. It's a personal favorite. But here's the good news. They've also got a spray deodorant and other products. You can choose from a bunch of great scents. I usually go with Mount Fuji or Pro Sport, but they've got others as well. I encourage you to find the right one for yourself. This stuff, by the way, is even clinically proven to control body odor better than a shower with soap alone. There are literally people whose job it is to measure this. And after 12 hours, the average man's odor level after a shower was about 5 out of 10. With Mando, it's 0 out of 10. So here's what you're going to do, folks. You can find Mando at Walmart, Target, and other retailers nationwide. But for the best deals, go to shopmando.com. Use the code LukeLive. You can see it here on the screen to get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping. That's shopmando.com. Shopmando.com. Code LukeLive. LUKE. Live. Don't mask it, Mando it. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Mando's got you covered. Big thanks to our friends at Mando for taking good care of us. All right, the co-main event is upon us. Very quickly, I'm going to take myself off the screen here because I'm going to go to a bathroom break. I'll be back in 60 seconds. I'll be right back. Here we go. We're back. All right. Co-main event time. Sean O'Malley taking on Song Yadong. Now, as I mentioned, stick around for the post-fight show, which will be a lot of fun. We will talk about the Umar Nurmagomedov fight at that point because it's relevant based on what we're about to see, or it's relevant more generally, but it's definitely going to be relevant in terms of what we're expecting out of this one. While the highlight reel is playing, let's get to some of your comments that we have here. Could Strikeforce have survived as number 2 to UFC? Not without the ability to establish legitimacy. Nobody can survive without the ability to establish legitimacy. That's the issue. Don't mistake this L with the 2026 Lewis main event. All right, I won't. If Paddy beats Gaethje, I might fucking kill myself. He's the favorite. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to win, but he's the favorite. Take that for what it's worth, I guess. They need Ngannou like a diabetic needs insulin. It would be nice to have him back. But I don't know how likely that is, unfortunately. People ask me this all the time. Yes, we went over this in the last live chat. Yes. Did we learn anything from Cortez A Costa from that? We'll talk about it on the post-fight show, but I would say not exactly, except, well, I'll save it for the post-fight show, but the idea would basically be like, did he show you a new weapon? No, but he problem solved in the division once again against a big puncher, which is always important for a heavyweight to be able to negotiate that. He did it with a jab, he did it with athleticism, and he did it with patience. That is something you can take pretty far. All the way to the top, I don't know, but certainly pretty far. The ads were promised to you by Paramount. Oh, yeah, we're doing that bit. Yeah. He didn't have a gun. Pray for Minnesota. Okay, guys, I appreciate this, and you guys know, Lord knows I agree, but not tonight. Okay, not tonight, please. Waldo versus Aspinall, athleticism versus athleticism. Relatively speaking, yes. Video title spelling error. That's an Ant Evans special. Ant, can you fix that? Whatever it is, I can't see it. Do you see the walkouts on your feed? No. My friend is watching in a Paramount stream, and he doesn't have them. I'm in Canada, so my pay-per-view still has them. No, we don't get them. Maybe we'll get it for this one, but not really, no. Love you, Luke, master of hindsight like me. That's the only way to live, I suppose. Luke, I asked this of you the other day about the Ali Act. Do boxers / MMA fighters own their belts, and how do promoters use them? They can own them currently in MMA because there's no regulation governing that. Currently under the Ali Act, you cannot do that. However, they're going to tear all that shit apart, so... I wouldn't something to follow you if you didn't have body for days. Hating. I'm not hating on Silva's proportions. I'm hating on you guys being horny about it to me. You understand the difference? Ever heard the song Mando by Stupid Young? No, I have not. All right, here comes the walkout. But these like flaring red lights that they gave everyone, like these like flashing things that they've got going on. It's a nice little touch. I like that UFC did that. Here comes Song Yadong. That's Danny Castillo in his corner. Uriah Faber in his corner. He's getting booed like a motherfucker. Bro, can you imagine Chinese walking out with the Chinese flag to like a big... to like a UFC crowd? A little bit maga. And then just booing the fuck out of you? It takes some balls to do that, man. So one thing I can say about Song Yadong is he's been working a lot with Justin Flores. Justin Flores is the former judo coach of Ronda Rousey. He's a judo coach of Paddy Pimblett, many UFC fighters. And here's Song Yadong as well. I don't know to what extent that's going to be relevant for a guy like Omali, who's going to want to be at range. Is going to be obviously fleet of foot. He's going to have this kind of like basketball, sort of jagged, I call them, feints. These sort of lateral feints like that. But we shall see. We shall see. Don, the cut man, has just got to give up on the ponytail, brother. I don't know. You're hanging on to something that ain't there no more. Quite disappointed at how little the broadcast production has changed. Seems very stale now. I think, and I'm being serious about this, I mean, I think, I'm not telling you not to feel that way, but listen, you guys know me as a hater. If I'm telling you that, how do I say this? That you need to give them a chance to get this going. I think this deal came together late. And it takes a lot longer to, like, you know, refresh a brand than it looks like. So if you were expecting a brand refresh, yes, you're going to be disappointed by tonight. But I think you should have a little bit more of some managed expectations on that. LT, if you had a song for Yadong, what would it be? Feel free to go discuss with your wife for several minutes to an hour. All right. Did you see Nick Diaz is out of rehab? He looks healthy. I did see that. I hope he's okay. The new Predator movie fucking rules. Yes, it does. I saw it, and it's great. And I was surprised because I was expecting it to be ass, and it was not. It was surprisingly good. All right, here comes Sean O'Malley. The lights have turned purple, pink. I cannot hear the music. Oh, the Superstar song? It's a cool little vibe they got going here. Here comes Sean O'Malley. He looks happy. Tim Welch, and that's Tanquinho behind him over his right shoulder, left side of the screen. There's also an older gentleman there with a flat top working for the commission. All right, here's Sean O'Malley. Coming off 2 back-to-back wins to Merab. Merab. Let's go, Sugar Sean. Make me look good, please. All right, not bad. Not bad. Somehow Paramount Plus has streaming figured out way better than ES. People are having different experiences, but I would say in general, mine's pretty good. In general. Look, I've been in an adult language school for the past year learning Polish for my fiance. The classroom is a great place to be. Share your journey. Dude, I fucking love being in classrooms. I always did. I got a little bit tired of it towards the end of college. I wanted to just go and be in the real world, but I kind of now regret that a little bit. I should have stayed in college because I fucking love classrooms. I always have. I fucking love them. I feel like I can be myself there. I met Lord Silva. Oh, right. Oh, his big ass nipples. Things that can cut glass. Aliac reform. Ever hear of Stockholm syndrome? It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah. Just tune in, Luke. Any ice ads yet? No, we've not. I think, like I said, my expectation was they were not. The UFC is partisan, but they're not entire. It's run by smart people, and I don't know if what the plan of the ad inventory was. I would have been surprised if they had gone through with it. So, and to that point, here we are at the co-main event, and I don't see anything. Promotional malpractice, which used to be the name of my live chat. Checking in. Thank you, sir. Or lady, whoever it is. What happens if O'Malley gets stopped or dominated? That would be bad. 3 losses in a row. And more to the point, yes, O'Malley does have that initial loss to Chito, but like they rematched and you kind of saw what the score was there. Losing to Song Yadong he's not a scrub, but it would represent a decline in the quality of fighter he is losing to. Thoughts on all these ads on Paramount? I hate them, especially during walkouts. Horrible look. Yeah, I hate them. But like I said, everyone's like, oh, it's going to be great. They're making all this money. Motherfucker. Paramount wants that money back. They're going to find any way they can get to take it. All right, 31 for Sean O'Malley, 28 for Song Yadong. 3-inch height advantage for Sean O'Malley. And then get this, a 5-inch reach advantage. So Song Yadong really cannot be on that. There's going to be a very careful range management for him, or he's going to get chewed to fucking pieces. We getting Schmeat beating O'Malley, boys. Do you think Sean O'Malley is a bust so far? Dude, he's a fucking champion. How is he a bust? Come on now. Let's be fair. Boys, I'm telling you, if you want a soda that's sweet enough, but it doesn't have caffeine and it's like 0 calorie, this one is the fucking king right here. The A&W zero sugar root beer, no caffeine. Because you can see the no caffeine thing at the top. See at the top there? No caffeine. This is, as we say in my Spanish class, lo mejor. Lo mejor. All right. Song Yadong, plus 180 underdog, 22-8 with one no contest. 22-8-1 with one no contest. He's also got nipples that can cut glass. Wow, those girls showing up with the Chinese flag. That's brave at one of these shows. All right, here's Sean O'Malley. Nice pop from the crowd. Big fight for him. Big fight. All right, let's get this ready. Minus 215 favorite, 18-3-1. I don't love his tattoos, but don't think that really matters now, does it? Okay, here's Herb Dean. All right, here we go, boys. Round one, co-main event. UFC 324. Let's do it. Okay, so for now, it's open stance. Let's see how long that persists. Southpaw here for O'Malley. O'Malley's feints are good. Stance switch. Now they're both orthodox. So pay attention to the weapons, how they change per stance. Back to southpaw. They're kind of trading oblique kicks, leg kicks. A lot of movement, not a lot of activity. Oh, great left hand and then pull by O'Malley. Crowd is now chanting Sean O'Malley. Another great left hand. There's that blitz. You had to know that was coming. Great turning back kick. Song letting O'Malley pressure him a little bit here. I think he kind of wants him to do that so he can close the distance for him. I mean, he's pressuring a little bit, but not super hard. See, look at this. A little bit. And now he's pressing, but it's not he's not dedicatedly trying to back him up. Not yet anyway. And now Sean, I think, is trying to pull him in. O'Malley having a quiet round here. Leaping left from Yadong goes nowhere. Decent push kicks here from Sean O'Malley. See, both guys are trying to either counter or bait the other one to then counter. In other words, like just wait for one or then to manufacture one where then you can go. And it's kind of stalemating them a little bit. Oh, great lateral feint there, getting the left hand through from O'Malley. Two hard low kicks, one going each direction. Guillotine attempt here from Sean O'Malley, but it's on the wrong side. Half butterfly guard now. So I think they think they're stealing the round this way. I'm not so sure. Good job by Sean O'Malley and kind of keeping his posture down and then threatening, it never gets very far, but trying to threaten submissions. So I think Sean O'Malley won that round. Again, I'm not really watching hardcore. If I'm way off, you can tell me. See? Trying to bait you into counters. Told you. So they want him to jab at a lower level. Boom. Because they think Song is kind of coming in like this, yeah? Boom. Good job trying to catch the kick there. All right, round 2 coming up here. Let's do it. Round 2. Hard leg kick from Song. Sean now bouncing. Pay attention. That means he's anticipating a blitz or wants to set one himself. Oh, hard right hand. Song Yadong trying to catch some of these push kicks and then blitz off of them. Dean Thomas wants him to shoot in for a takedown. So O'Malley is also being a little bit reserved about the kind of stuff he's throwing, in particular some of the kicks, because you can tell he's clearly worried about being taken down. He'll throw them, but you can tell he's being a little bit more judicious with it. O'Malley having a hard time generating offense here. I thought he'd be a little bit more able to stick and go, but no, not really. Here comes a takedown off a treetop. He's going to try and run it down. He gets him now to the fence. Let's see what he can do with it. One knee up. O'Malley standing. Let's see if he can break the hands. You got to break over the thumb side. You can see Yadong trying to put it on the far side hip to make that hard. Oh, he's doing the Piotr Jan elbow to the forearm there. Okay, referee needs to pay attention here to see what Song does with it. If he doesn't release his hands and he's just doing this, he's not doing shit. This is doing nothing. If you maintain locked hands and you can only throw half-ass knees to the back of someone's leg, you're not advancing the position. Fuck off. You deserve to lose it. All right, so he starts to switch now. He gets under the butt. Great job. Spun him around and was able to move the lock from behind his waist to now underneath his rear end, picks him up, and then drops him. That was well done. Cool camera angle there. So he's going chest to chest. Omoplata, use it to stand. Great. 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 Love it. Omoplata to stand. Hell yes. Sean O'Malley needs to get busy here, though. You know what? Part of the issue is Song's explosiveness and power is clearly, I think, getting O'Malley to second guess. Oh, that was a great little turn there off an angle, changing stance, and then throws the left hand. That was great from O'Malley. Oh. Good check from Sean. Still, that to me was Song's round. So I guess we're split now, right? We're split one apiece. One apiece? Yeah? I need speed here, he says. Tim Welsh imparting heavy wisdom there. A little bit of urgency. Let's do it. Round 3. O'Malley just, you can see, waiting for him to throw. He does, and then tries to get him with that open side counter. Can't quite do it. Hard leg kick. Good left hook follow-up. Didn't land, but I like the thought. Oh, great job by Song waiting on Omali to do something and let him step and move, and then threw hard leg kicks. Really punishing his movement. Good left hand from Omali. I think this open stance is working a little bit better for Omali if he can keep it, which he abandons here. Yadong starting to reach a little bit here. Omali not even really trying to land that push kick very hard. He's just trying to bring his hands down and his eyes down a little bit so he could switch that up a little bit later. He's just touching him with it. He's not even really trying to hurt. Nice. Again, split his timing and now exiting. Omali doing better this round. Chasing the takedown way too far outside. Can't get anything. Omali now leading the dance, right? Look at Yadong following a little bit more. Oh, nice right hand. Here we go. This is more like Omali. Look at his eyes. You can see his eyes open up when he feints, right? Oh, nearly made him pay with the open side counter. That left hook is coming up short every time now for Song. Well, he's sort of uniformly circling to the outside of to the weak side here of Song. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Got under that one. That was nice. Sean's doing well now. He's styling on him. Here comes Yadong, of course. Trying to switch it up on the takedown, gets nothing, and he pays for it. This is, oh, great knee from Sean O'Malley. Oh, good left hand from Sean O'Malley. Oh, now he's piecing him up. What a nice comeback here from Sean O'Malley. It looked like the fight might have been getting away from him at the end of the second round, but he turned it up here in this one. Good right hand. Oh, well done. Well done. Sean O'Malley. Nice response in round 3. I dig it. I dig it. That should be enough to win. Rounds 1, rounds 3. That was great. All right. Let me make sure I got all my stuff ready for the main event. Yes, I do. All right, very good. Okay. Yes, I have my ad reads. All right. Yo, what do y'all think about this He-Man movie? CGI looks kind of like some basura. You know what I'm saying? Looks kind of like some shit. I just thought he'd be a bigger overall culturally. Yeah, not yet. Truly a fan of Sean. Why hate? A&W been the move. Well, I mean, he's done some shit that's hateable. Omali a bust. Heard he didn't do that versus Marab. Well, you know, Marab's one. It's hard to look good against Marab. LT, I see your A&W root beer 0 and raise you a Sprite 0. It's like the best. Okay, I also agree. Sprite 0 is an excellent choice as well. Those two seem to me to be like good choices. Much love for keeping me sane in 2026. Thank you for your support. All right, here we go. Here's Bruce. $29.28. All three. Sean O'Malley. Okay. You know what? Respect. He looked okay, but a little slow in round 1. I thought the fight was getting away with him from him in round 2, and he really came back and shined in round 3 and really put it on him. That was the most dominant round of the 3. That pep talk from Tim Welch, I think, made a difference. That was a very respectable third round performance from him. Very respectable. Obviously calling for a Marab fight. That knee, that step through knee is so nice. There's his daughter. She seems lovely. They asked him about like what surprised you. He was like, "Yeah, I thought he was going to be faster, but he wasn't." They're going to bring his little girl in. I'm sure that is quite precious. She has cool shoes, man. There he goes. Well done. What a respectable third round from him. What a respectable third. I can't wait to talk about that in the post-fight show. That was a real moment from him. That was nice. Corey Sandhagen calling for a fight with O'Malley on the White House lawn. That would be a big one. That'd be a big one for sure. Marab broke O'Malley. He's not the same fighter. Maybe he's not, but that third round rally was real nice. Do important cards make fighters nervous, leading to this lack of finishes? I just think sometimes, man, the fight game is part engineering and then just part serendipity. And there's only so much of that you can expect time to time. There's Sandhagen. Kamaru Usman. All right, and then they're doing fucking ads. Would have liked to have seen that go 5 rounds. Do you think Sean was a bit rusty adjusting to 3 rounds? Maybe. Maybe. I want to watch that one back again because I think going southpaw and then going to the weak side more dedicatedly, and by the way, not committing as hard with the kicks so that he would get taken down or overrun his position. Again, we'll talk about this in the post-fight show. I think made a big difference because he was able to be a little bit more nimble and therefore Yadong chasing and therefore creating openings. And then he just started to pour on and pour on and pour on and pour on. Geronimo, what do you make of the idea of incorporating 10-6 and even 10-5 cards into judging instead of the usual 9 and 8? I feel like there's so much latitude given to 10-9 scores. So these problems have been kind of explored before, and it ends up just you think, oh well, we'll just give bigger. There is clearly a problem because 10-9 can mean many things, and so you're saying, oh well, let's just have clear defined lines by having a greater range of numbers. But then what ends up happening is that you get to a place where a lot of judges don't really use it. It doesn't add as much clarity as you might imagine. And you end up getting some insane scorecards as a consequence because a guy can dominate 2 rounds and then have like a really bad round or you know, he could dominate 1 round, average round, and then lose that one. But there can be ways in which the scoring goes. And you get these vast disparities and it ends up kind of messing up the flow of ordinary scoring. So you're highlighting a problem that's real. But the solution has, to me, not proven to be adding greater depth of numbers. If this is where Sean's at, Jan will ice him in 3. Maybe. Would you pay for an ad-free card? I'd pay. I don't ever want to see commercial. So, for example, I use YouTube Premium. Now, as a YouTuber, you know, ads are how I pay my bills. So, like, you know, I understand that there's a something of an inherent contradiction there, but just in terms of my own personal surfing experience, I pay for YouTube Premium. It's worth every penny. Like, I just don't see ads. I can just watch whatever I want ad free at all times, and it's fucking glorious. And one of the things I'm happy to pay for. There's Las Vegas, a city that I don't miss. I took my daughter to the roller skating rink today, and they had a DJ playing songs, and it was like, what's that? I think it's like a Justin Bieber song. Gonna give up, that, let me love you. You know what I'm talking about? And it's like, dude, that's every fucking Las Vegas hotel lobby concierge soundtrack. Like every single fucking one of them. Like it was the first thing I thought of. I was like, oh, it's just like being in the MGM Grand or, you know, Luxor or whatever the fuck, you know? All right. Just time for the main event. What do we think, boys? You think Paddy gets it done, or you think Justin's going to send his fucking chin into orbit? What do you think? I'd be cool with either guy winning. I don't have a strong preference either way. Youth tends to win. It's the biggest test of Paddy's career. It's the last stand for Gaethje, but Gaethje's been acting real weird this week with the staff thing or whatever the fuck that was. The pay thing kind of lashing out in an unusual way. Been a little weird this week. Been a little weird, you know? All right. With that in mind, let's do this. I have something that I need to do, if I may, which is, sorry, pardon me. I promise not to make this a habit, but I have to do it now. So let's do this as we wait for this to happen. Oh, Jesus, boys. I don't see what you put in there, Ant. I don't see it. It is not there. Let's see. Nope, I don't see it. God damn it. I got an ad read, and I can't do it because I don't have the fuck. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here we go. Here we go. Oop, you put it in the wrong. Here we go. No, hang on. What are we doing here? Let's do this. Ah, hang on. What the fuck did I just do? Oh no! What the fuck? What did I just do? Oh, here we go. There. You got to put it. You put it in the wrong section, Ant. You got to put it in overlay. Let me know when it's in there so I can read this thing. In the meantime, to the people in the chat who think a takedown with 30 seconds left in round one and no ground and pound damage, one song round one, it's not 2013. It definitely did not do that for him. It definitely did not do that for him. Here we go. Okay. All right. Let's try it now. I'm told it's back there. There we go. All right. Let's do this because I'm very excited about this new sponsor. All right. Here we go. Here we go, boys. Let's do this. All right. I know a lot of you donks out there are already starting to freak out a little bit about Valentine's Day. And I know some of you maybe didn't exactly knock it out of the park at Christmas. Maybe you got the girlfriend or the wife early. You know, you thought you were just ahead of the game. And then maybe she let you know subtly, maybe in no uncertain terms, that she was expecting something a little bit more thoughtful, a little bit more romantic. So now the pressure's on. The pressure is officially on donks to deliver something special for Valentine's Day. Well, LT has got you covered. Not just LT, but our friends at Steven Singer. Yes, Steven Singer, the I Hate Steven Singer guy, has come out with a brand new gold-dipped rose for Valentine's Day. And to his credit, every year, he actually does something different. So this year's version is called the Sunset Rose, and this is the part that you're going to say as you hand it over, because this is the stuff that works. It's meant to capture that whole sunset on vacation vibe, you know, the magic hour when everything feels good and you're convinced life is going great. The rose itself is real rose dipped in pure 24 karat gold. It's guaranteed to last a lifetime, and the color transitions from deep purple to pink to orange, just like a romantic sunset. So Steven Singer's gold dipped roses start at just $69, and he makes Valentine's Day shopping basically donk proof. The new Sunset Rose is only available at Steven Singer Jewelers. You can get it right now at IHateStevenSinger.com with fast and free shipping. That's I Hate Steven Singer. Yes, that is a real URL. Big thanks to our friends at Steven Singer. All right. Paddy's getting his sing-along here. Let's do it. Oh, look at the watches. Those are the things that are lighting up all the... Look at that. That was a nice little touch the UFC did. I like that. Pretty cool moment with the crowd singing like this. Wow, look at that. That looks cool, man. I do think this techno music, though, is lame as shit. I'll be honest. Well, they're milking the fuck out of this one, huh? There he is. Here comes Malibu's Most Wanted. As someone else said. That was someone else's joke. I'm just taking it. Here he comes. I mean, people are sized. You can't say they're not. He seems like a big ass goof to me, but people love him. I mean, this is definitely This is definitely white culture. Fucking, you know. I don't think there's cultural appropriation with that one. You know what I'm saying? That one feels authentic. Okay, can you get the fuck in the octagon, please? Thank you. All right, let's see how Paddy looks. He looks shredded, bro. Dice to the fucking socks. What do we think? How many takedowns? 0, 2. The DraftKings prop was 2.5, I think. 2.5. Let's see how he looks getting up to the top there. Okay, all right. Didn't pro wrestlers in the 80s used to do this shit? Was it, what the fuck was their name? They used to do this. I used to watch it as a kid, obviously, you know. What I'm saying is this is lame. He's out there partying. He looks like a pterodactyl. He's like trying to, you know, take flight and his wings are broken or some shit. All right. Here's Mark Goddard, referee. It's a good referee. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, I'm told they're the bushwhackers who did this shit. Remember that shit? Is he getting booed? Is this motherfucker getting booed? Paddy by Helmet Sausage. Dude, they call each other the weirdest names in like Liverpool. It's like, you're a helmet. What does that mean? You know, oh, you're a mushroom. You're a chorizo. I'm like, do y'all call each other anything other than types of food? Oh God, is he playing dude? Oh my God, he's playing motherfucking Garth Brooks. Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, listen, man, it's his walkout. He can have what he wants. If it makes him sized and he can go out there and beat the fuck out of people, then God bless him. But I think country is just the worst for intro music. I think it's terrible. With the exception of like Country Boy Can't Survive by Matt Hughes, you know. Oh, doesn't matter who wins. Illy would ice both, probably. Yeah. After the Chandler fight, I'm done doubting Paddy. We did the tape study on it. He was legitimately improved. Followed from the Fan through BE and beyond. Stay frosty. Yes. From the Fan. That's 106.7 The Fan. I had a show in 2008. 2008 on local radio here. That's what I mean about like corporate media. Like, don't get me wrong, with the right opportunity, sure. You know, and again, I'm with ATS. Like, that's great. But I'm saying, like, I've done a lot in media. I would entertain the right offer, but I'm not like dying to just jump back into that whole thing. Which video live stream watch along do you think you ever made the most revenue on your channel? That's a good question. Probably the Mayweather McGregor one, because I think I had like 25,000 concurrent viewers for a while. That was a big one. Surprised Paddy is getting this much love in the States, and his walkout song and dance is so donkish, but it somehow works. It does work. It's lame to me, but who cares? I'm a 46-year-old man. Like, nobody cares. There are like 8 to 10 people dancing just to get to the damn fight. That is true. That is true. Much like toiletries, wrestlers or the bushwhackers. Yes, bushwhackers. Aunt told me. One of the bushwhackers just wrestled at age 79. My dad is like 84, and that seems impossible to believe. Name a bigger buzzkill between walkouts and music. Terrorist attacks? I don't know. All right, here's Justin Gaethje. I don't even hate the Garth Brooks song. I actually like Garth Brooks a little bit, but just for walkouts, man, it just doesn't do it. All right, what's that shit on his neck? I don't think that's barbecue sauce. All right, they're going to let him rock. Here we go. Here's Gaethje. All the champions push their opponents backwards. That is largely true. All right, there he is, Trevor Whitman. All right, here's your tail of the tape. 37 years of age for Justin Gaethje, 31 for Paddy Pimblett. He's right in his prime. Paddy has a 3-inch reach advantage. However, we'll see how much that matters. Remember, we're trying to ask a question about how he solves the left hook problem, which is not just about the left hook, but about what weapons you're allowed to use by virtue of what range you're able to maintain. Here's Bruce. How we feeling? I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, card's been okay. Not great, but okay. Good main event here would be a nice ending, yeah? Mark Goddard. Are we going to start before midnight? Maybe. Probably. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Anyone taking Gaethje? Chad Mendes versus Connor Country Walkout song was good. Sort of. That was Stained. I mean, it was, but it wasn't. But I know what you mean. Garth Brooks from McAllister, Oklahoma. Okay, cool. John Fitch walking out to Johnny Cash's rendition of Rusty Cage is an exception. Fair. Is an exception of the country walkout song rule. Agreed. Fred Paul. So what I should say is, very quickly, there are a handful of exceptions. This one, Matt Hughes' Country Boy Can't Survive by Hank Williams Jr. Those are some good ones. Paddy by decision. All right. Huge shout out to the crowd tonight. The winner needs to win with an exclamation point. I certainly agree with that. Jay by Head Kick KO. Grow out your beard 4 months. I mean, this is 20 years almost at this point. But can you grow it out in 4 months? You should be able to, unless you're a pussy. All right, there's Paddy Pimblett, or as Hanato Laranja says, Paddy Pimblett. Gaethje definitely has that shit on his neck. Oh, he has drained his cauliflower ear recently, too. Look on his left ear. You can see the point where they drained it. See that? At the top, that might burst. Looks a little plump. Pay attention to that. All right, here we go. Round 1 of a potential 5. Every time I think the fights are going to be exciting, they're not. I don't know what we're going to get here. Oh, that's a great face-off. Great face-off. Here we go. Round one. Here we go. Paddy does get backed up pretty often. How he navigates that is going to tell us a lot. Let's do it. Right away, Gaethje on the gas. Okay, so Pimblett went southpaw against Ferguson. And as you can see, that right hand is just low. People talk about his chin being in the air when he jabs, which is a problem. But this is more of the problem to me at this stage of his career is how low that right hand is. However, he's ranging now. You can see he's much more patient and selective. And I think staying in this southpaw stance is going to do him good. But he's throwing there in punching range. That is dangerous. Gaethje, not much of a left hooker, as we indicated. He's more of a right-hand uppercut guy. There it is. There it is. Good right hand from Paddy off the double jab. That's nice. Kind of like a chopping right hand, but it was good. You can see he still does that lean away. Great combination from Paddy. Great knee as you got him bending over. That's a great read. He did the same thing to Michael Chandler. He still exits. Gaethje's on him. Gaethje's trying to collar tie him. That's oh, he's going to flatten him. He is going to fucking flatten him. Yeah, finally, dude. Someone has touched the dude. Ilia Topuria would fucking send this dude's dick into the dirt. Be fucking serious. Justin Gaethje. All right, Justin Gaethje's Paddy's kind of holding on here a little bit. If I was him, I'd try to stand a little bit. Can't be here. You got to get off that fence. This is the one. Good uppercut. So he's landing on Justin, but it's not enough yet. Need to start shooting, brother. Heavy pressure from Gaethje. Stand switch into the right hand. He's going to... Woo! Great. Oh, leg kick, but he slipped on it or something. Oh, great knee from Paddy. Great left hook from Paddy. But Justin's just walking through it. Oh, great lead uppercut. That's risky to do that. Oh, Paddy's landed on him, but it doesn't look like he's hurting him. Yep, you heard Cormier say he doesn't respect his power. Nope, he sure doesn't. Oh, Gaethje is just short on these like home run right hands. All right, now Gaethje gets behind him. Let's see what he can do with it. This is good for Paddy. Stop grabbing the fence, fucko. All right, now he whizzers. He's going to collar tie on that side. That's a good call. But you have to get going. There you go. Oh, he overcommits and he's slow to rebound off that overhand right. Paddy's got to stick and move, man. That uppercut is nice from Paddy. That's a great read. And then he comes over the top. So you see him coming over the top and then, over the top and then underneath. Good leg kick. Oh, he got poked in the eye. Okay, let's stop the clock. It didn't look like a poke to me. Oh, yeah, it was. Yep, sure was. Oh, one of those. Please don't let this motherfucking main event be ruined. Please don't do that. It's Las Vegas. They should let this go. Let's see if they take a point. Right? They're talking about taking more points. Let's see what they do. Let's see what he says here. Okay, so I'm telling him next time, automatic point. Great. I'm okay with that. Decent head kick there. Oh, great leg kicks there. Paddy's got hard leg kicks. I'll give him that. Dude, this motherfucker's chin is on a fucking... Dude, they're exchanging in there. Paddy's digging in. Justin getting some good shots too. Oh, good round. Oh, misses. I mean, he telegraphed the shit out of that. All right. Obviously, first round goes to Gaethje, but I will say Paddy rescued himself there. He rescued himself. So I'm going to say 10-9 Gaethje. I could not understand this motherfucker's English. Head position. He wants him up tall. Dude, look at these two guys squared up on each other. This is so dangerous. Oh, great uppercut. Caught him when he wasn't looking. All right, here we go. Round two. There's David Goggins in the back looking ridiculous. All right, here we go. Round two. Let's do it. A little bit to the back of the head there. Paddy's got a good jab to the body. He uses a lot. He has abandoned the southpaw stance. Staying orthodox with him. Oh, ran right into that left hook. Paddy's investment on the legs here, I think it's going to matter eventually. Great jab. Oof. Okay. Sort of a Dave Schultz kind of front headlock here. Let's see what he can do with it. He might roll here. Paddy might roll. Peterman roll. Excuse me, Peterson. What am I saying? 2-on-1 gets up. Doesn't matter anyway. Not relevant. A little bit less pressure from Gaethje to start this round. He was on the gas before. Now he's back southpaw. Paddy is. Body kick. Whoa, what happened there? Slipped on the ad. Oh, head kick. I'm not sure if he got hit with the punch there for the Gaethje through or not. Oh, dude, these guys are fucking trading. Paddy is, it looks to me like Paddy's landing on him more, maybe. I'm not sure what the numeric totals are, but that Gaethje's has having more effect. Oh. Paddy's there to be hit, dude. This is the best test of the limits of what Paddy can and can't do against somebody decent and good, actually, that we've ever seen in the UFC, because Chandler was not this. Paddy doing a lot of leg and body work. Don't lose sight of that, what role that might play on a 37-year-old man who might have him in on staff, who might have had staff. You see that try to kick out the legs to then come over the top, right? A little trick there from Paddy. Gaethje breathing a little bit harder. Oh, switch stance blitz. We went over that in the tape study. That's a big thing he does to get off the fence. He backs up too much. Good couple of jabs there from Justin. That thing on his neck is kind of red and maybe bleeding. Good leg kick from Paddy. Another sort of Dave Schultz kind of front headlock pinch here. But there's nothing from this. He's going to go 2-on-1 and then stand again. Well, these are sneaking through a little bit. Because you got to be careful. If you come up too high, you can actually get choked out doing this. He'd have to switch his grip. Not from this grip. Okay, here we go. Pressing into him. Now that's going to wear on the low back. Oh. What happened there? Oh, it looked like he hurt him. I'm not sure how bad it was. Oh, look, Paddy's trying to go over the top, underneath. Over the top, underneath. Oh, he got dropped again, Paddy. Heavy ground and pound from Justin. 35 seconds left in the round. Can he hang on? I think he's going to hang on. Oh, now he's bleeding over the top of the eye. Dude, Paddy can't hurt this fucking guy. That is definitely fucking him up. Paddy might, if he lasts this round, it looks like he might jump guard. They're going to lock up and he's going to jump on something. You might see it. Oh, big punches. Gaethje is punishing. Ooh! Gaethje, welcome to the deep end, brother. Gaethje is banging on him. 2-0 Gaethje. Paddy is, what big change in that, all that. What happened to all that dancing, brother? So it's 2-0 for Justin. But dude, I mean, Ilya Topuria, this is, I mean, look, what are we talking? I mean, Arman Saryukian, what do we, I mean, that's the fight. Oh, he got poked in the eye again. Oh, he got poked in the eye again. Oh, man, he got poked in the eye another. Oh, well, that's fucking terrible. Oh. All right, here's round 3. Mine is a little bit slow. I'm going to speed it up here just a little bit. Here we go. Oh, Paddy looks like he might be getting ready to go here, folks. He's going to have to rescue himself here pretty heavy. Boy, the look in Paddy's face. I feel bad he got poked in the eye a second time. That does suck. Yes. Dean saying he can't put his back up against the fence. That is very true. Paddy's slowly working his way into the round here. You got to be careful. Here's the issue for Paddy. We did after this tape study. He's given Justin, except for the grappling, he's given Justin all of his best weapons. The uppercut left hook, the intercepting knee, the jab to the body, the jab upstairs, all these leg kicks. Like these are all things that are like central to his offense. And they usually have great effect. Like consider the knee on Chandler and what that did. Nice leg kick. But he just can't get Justin to slow down enough. He's having a hard time hurting him. Man, the mechanics on some of Pimblett's punches, dude, where they're coming down like that, you know? You got to get off the fence here, brother. Nice jab. Listen, I'll say this. Pimblett's having a good round. Halfway through round 3. Nice. Really good jab by Pimblett. But look, you see him circling to that power side, which is common for people in some of these scenarios. But to me, it's like it's a little bit. You have to got to be careful, especially if you're retreating like this. Oh, great right hand intercepting. Pimblett just took it, but still. Nice body kick. Great leg kick. Paddy's having a good round here, generally speaking. Pimblett's staying a little stationary. Got to move. Oh, great left hand from Paddy. Oh, here he comes. Great knee to the body. Got to be careful here, Paddy. Dude, I tell you what, a bit of a gut check moment here for him. Oh, switch step uppercut. That was nice. You know what? It's death by 1,000 cuts. Oh, what the fuck? Just as Paddy was starting to put it on him. He kicked him in the balls. Let's see. That jumping. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't like the worst I've ever seen, but it's not great. Just below the belt line. Yeah, not great. Not great. Oh, he's ready to go. Here we go. Paddy's having a good round, y'all. Gut check time from Paddy. Man, I got to say, I'm impressed by the gut check here. He realized he just can't be on the fence, but he's going to have to bite down and fucking slug it with this dude. Oh, what a shot by Gaethje. Great. I think both landed there, but I think Paddy got the better of it. I got to tell you, that's Paddy's round. 2-1 Paddy. 2-1 Justin. 2-1 Justin. Not terrible. Not terrible at all. All right, let's see here. All right, here we go. Round 4, championship rounds. Paddy's face is a mess. Let's see what he can do here. There was questions about Paddy's cardio from the Ferguson fight. He looks okay. But Justin looks a lot better. Let's do it. Good job. Good jab. Good job jabbing to the body by Paddy, getting low and then turning off at an angle. Cormier talking for me. Good left hook. It's going to enable him to get back to center. Yep, just like that. Oh. Paddy's got to get off this fence, motherfucker. Put something on him. Uh-oh, Paddy got hit by a big one. Oh, he's shooting. He gets hit with the cradle here. Because his offense is predicated on pulling. His defense. His defense is predicated. They're talking about why his Paddy looks lost along the fence, because his defense is predicated on retreating. But how are you going to do that when there's no space to retreat? I will say the toughness here, is ridiculous. Paddy's showing a lot of heart, but Justin's kind of mugging him a little bit. Still a lot of time in this round. Let's see what happens. There's that leg kick from Paddy again. Wasn't too much steam on that one. Paddy trying that same kind of jab. Oh, big right. Justin might be... this one's starting to get away from him. Bro, I'm not saying it's the same as the Ferguson fight, but remember how much damage that motherfucker took, and it was never the same after that? Paddy is starting to take the kind of damage. This fight might be done soon. Paddy is hanging on, but this is looking bad. We're halfway through round 4. I'm saying look at the damage this guy does, this thudding power that he has. Justin Gaethje. Oh, another right hand. All these right hands are getting through. Dude, he can't hurt this fucking guy. Paddy. Pointing out Justin, Paddy might be getting his career messed up a little bit with this. This is a lot of damage, bro. Oh. Margotto's going to let it go. Gaethje looks tired to me, but it also looks like he's patient and he knows he's winning. So he's just going to, kind of keep the pressure on, not super intense, but just enough to maintain a lead. Paddy threw like a four strike sequence and none of it landed. Then Justin threw one and it landed. That's a nice body kick. Oh. Man, Pimblett's face is a horror show. Wow, man. The over-under was 2.5 on takedowns. Take the motherfucking under. This is also something that kind of showed up on tape, namely that, like, what's the offensive takedown ability of Pimblett? Not super high. A lot of his takedowns that he's gotten were reversals of position, or, you know what I mean? Like, someone kind of established contact or even established a superior. Oh, here comes Paddy. Oh, and now Gaethje scrambles. Paddy gives his back and stands. You got to be careful to doing that shit. He stands. He's going to try and whip him here. Wow, dude. Paddy's face looks like shit, but his hands are up. I mean, it's Gaethje's fight to lose. It's 3-1. Paddy needs a stoppage, in my opinion. He needs a stoppage. %80 shot. So they don't even want him fully overcommitting because they don't want him slipping. They don't want him, you know, when I say slipping, I don't mean like slipping. I mean like your feet are slipping. They want him to just land with some good authority, but, you know, maintain balance. Paddy's face. Looks like he put it under a fucking lawnmower. All right, here we go. Round 5. This is it. Let's do it. All right, here we go. Pimblett's gonna have to pull a rabbit out of his hat on this one. Oh, Paddy going bananas. Oh, God, Justin is so good going to low with the left and then overhand right. Oh, dude, Paddy's chin is legendary. Holy shit, dude. Gaethje is fucking crushing him. Great jab by Gaethje. Not a lot of movement from either guy. But, dude, look at the mechanics on Paddy's punches. Like, dude, even when he's in a good place to land, it's like he's fucking tomahawk chopping. Gets to the body lock. Let's see what he can do with it. Let's see what he can do with it. Justin's got the whizzer. That was a pretty good attempt. From Paddy, but good takedown defense by Justin Gaethje. Paddy with good head position. Let's see what he can do with it. He's going to try and rotate him and then go the other way with it. Good job by Justin pulling back out off the second rotation. Hear the commentary? Dude, his clinch breaking Paddy's clinch breaking is just a nightmare, bro. He's not even using the whizzer at this point. I guess he's not really worried about Justin. And there's the whizzer. Okay. Look at this clinch break. Like his hands are fucking low every time on the clinch break. All right. Doesn't matter that one, but still. Oh, spinning back elbow misses. Minute 40. Oh, man. Double right hooks. Someone's got to go here. Oh, nice knee up the middle. Oh, another one. Oh! Paddy with these flurries. I'm loving it. You know what? Fucking ton of heart on this guy. Good shots. Bro, you're going to have to go. Minute to go. This is it. He's just going to swing, dude. And now it's Gaethje kind of looking to clinch. Man, these two. $30 seconds. He's going to throw a trip. No dice. No control over him. Pimblett might be winning this round. I mean, it doesn't matter, but it sort of matters, but not enough to win, obviously. Here we go. 10 seconds. Let's see if they trade. You know what? Good for fucking Paddy, bro. Oh, he got kicked him in the balls again. Oh, and he fought. You know what? Great fight. Great fight. There's really no dispute about the winner. It's Justin Gaethje. But we have so much to talk about on the post-fight show, do we not? This is going to be so fun to break down. That was a lot of fun. It's we have so much to talk about. We have so much to talk about. This is going to be great. Post-fight show will start as soon as the announcement is done. Once we find out who's going to win. All right, let's see here. Fun-ass main event. Fun-ass main event. For sure. All right, let me get this tweet up for the post-fight show. All right. Sorry, y'all. I apologize for doing this, but I have to get the tweet up, so please forgive me. Here we go. Here's the decision. $48, $47, $49, $46, $49, $46. Gaethje, right? There he is, boys. Gaethje's your champion. 48-47, 49-46, 49-46. He is the interim UFC lightweight champion. We have a lot to talk about. All right, here's Joe with Justin. He's like, he's right. Scousers don't get knocked out.
Never tell me to not do something that you were doing. That's how it's done. Justin, you came out.
He thanks his parents and seems grateful.
It seemed like you were hunting for the knockout from the very beginning of the fight, like you were throwing caution to the wind. Yeah, my coach was definitely upset at me after the first round, but I just love this shit so much. It's really hard to control myself sometimes.
He's like, I was not doing what my coaches wanted, but I was having so much fun that, I couldn't help myself. So Rogan asked him about the strategy.
So my coach had to really pull me back. The shots that hurt him, I know he got hurt in the first, second, third, even the third that he might have won that round, third round, but I hurt him the third round. And they were the shots that I didn't even know I was hitting him with. Because I just really got to trust my coach. He has such a great game plan, moving backwards, put your head in his chest. And then some meat ground and pound. That shit was mad. The whole fight was hard. They told me to trust my grappling, and I did. And I worked really hard on it.
So he worked hard on his grappling.
I don't prefer it. Just did what I just did. It was an absolutely incredible fight. Incredible.
All right, talk to him about what's next.
Congratulations on the interim championship belt. I look forward to seeing you fight for the title. I just want to thank the UFC for allowing me to be in this position. It's like my 11th main event. It was a special feeling. Thank you guys for coming out. America, baby! Well, I hope the next time we see you is at the White House. Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Gaethje.
All right, let's hear from Paddy.
That was a war. And I think you showed so much heart and so much courage in that fight that even in this loss, I think it's a victory.
Okay, it's not a victory, Joe.
I wanted to be walking away with that belt, Joe. I know how tough I am anyway. I don't need to leave it for anyone. I wanted to leave with that belt, but there's no other man I'd rather lose to than the highlights. You know what I mean? Just Gaethje is someone I've loved watching, growing up watching the UFC, and it shows why he's a legend right there. You know what I mean? He's just. I thought Big 47 was the first scorecard, but he hit me with I'm not gonna lie, he hit me with a body shot in the first round. He hit me right in the solar plexus, and it got me. You know what I mean? That was why I thought I was winning the first round at that point. But when you live in the lane, I'm 31. I'll be back better.
So he got hit in the solar plexus and it really hurt him in round one. Here he goes. He's giving, I guess, a shout out to a friend who passed or something. A good message from Paddy about men being able to speak and not keep their feelings bottled up. He says fight of the night or what? Okay. I think we are done with that part of the show. Okay, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it is time. It is time. It is time. Let's do this. We have to get to the post-fight show, do we not? Oh, there's Arman Saryukian. Just looking with a dead face right into the screen, you know. And then, of course, we'll be here next week for the UFC 325 card. Okay. We have a lot to get to. Let me tell the folks on Twitter to come check it out. And then let's do this. Okay. All right. Let's do this. So I'm going to kill this feed. I'm going to do something else here so I can help my situation very quickly. It's going to, yep, there we go. All good. Now I can kill this. All right. Very good. Okay. I've been saying okay a million times, but for real, that this time, I swear we're going to get going. Ay. Here we go. Sorry, y'all. Okay, let's get these stats up here real quick. And then we shall commence the UFC 324 post-fight show. Okay, let's do this. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Luke Thomas. It is currently 12:40 in the morning, the 25th of January, 2026. It is time now for the UFC 324 post-fight show. It is in the books. It is done. It is recorded. We have a new champion, and we have some fight results to go over, as well as an event to some extent to review what you liked, what you didn't, the feed, the whole 9 yards. We have a lot to talk about. So without further ado, let's get this UFC 324 post-fight show on the road. All right. As is customary around here, before we get to some of the analysis, first things first, thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Thumbs up on the video. Hit subscribe if you haven't. Share this around. Do enjoy yourself while you're here. If you have a question for the Q&A portion of this, then do me a favor, fire something into the super chat, and then we'll get it up here on the screen. You don't have to do that, of course. I appreciate if you're just watching, but it goes a long way to support the channel, as well as, helps the Q&A portion. All right? I don't think there's any other announcements. Oh, one last thing here before we get going. Reminder, we do tape study, I can't say every week, but as a regular running feature, and we did a bunch of Paddy Pimblett tape study, and I feel like we should have done it earlier in the week because there was a bunch of stuff that showed up that was kind of interesting that I didn't have fully factored in when I made some of my picks, but it doesn't matter either way. Okay. UFC 324 is in the books. This took place at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. In the main event, Justin Gaethje defeats Paddy Pimblett by unanimous decision. The scores were Mike Bell, 48-47, Derek Clearly, 49-46, and Sal D'Amato, 49-46. I don't have the scorecard for you, so I'm not sure which. I'm going to guess that all three gave Paddy the third round, and that maybe Mike Bell also gave him the fifth. That's going to be my guess. I think those were the best 2 rounds for Paddy. Was certainly round 3, and then probably round 5. I'm not sure what else it would really be because he was kind of getting battered in the other ones, but nevertheless, that's just an official guess. I don't have an answer for you. But this makes, of course, Justin Gaethje your interim UFC lightweight champion of the world. This was a interesting week for Justin Gaethje, and I think he was feeling it a little bit, if I can be honest with you. As I mentioned before, he made the fighter pay comment kind of at the media day, and I know that he was asked about it again at the press conference, and he kind of shied away from, not kind of, but completely shied away from it. And then, what can you say? Folks do that sometimes. But then he had the staff thing, and he was on edge when a reporter asked him about it. Like, he just seemed a little bit like, not that he had succumbed to the pressure, but that as experienced as he was, he knew where he was heading into this contest in terms of the place in his career, which was if you didn't win this one tonight, to say nothing of what it might do to your resume, it would certainly just close the door to any future title opportunity. Like, period. It's going to close the door, and that's just that. And so the must-win nature of it, I think, really was kind of getting to him a little bit. But the reality is about Justin Gaethje, there was a conversation this week on the live chat about whether or not he deserves a place in the Hall of Fame. And again, it's really a question about what kind of Hall of Fame you want. If you want people who, they have to be champions to get in, no. But if you're trying to recognize the highest achievers in the sport in terms of the accolades that they put together, it's not obvious that just Justin Gaethje necessarily gets in. If you had the same kind of criteria and the ruthlessness of it that you employ in other sports in the United States anyway, he would be a bit of a borderline case. But here's the truth, and here's what you saw tonight. And you saw veteran savvy from him. You saw customary savagery from him. You did see some, I think, iterative stuff, an improvement. That the ground and pound was nasty. I thought that was really great. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But I just want to point out something. The reality about Justin Gaethje is he is arguably the most exciting fighter, maybe in the history of the sport, maybe in the history of the UFC. He is that kind of a deliverer. And we all know the story of his career, where it starts out and he's just kind of too reckless and too wild, and then just withstands things. And that didn't really work against elite guys. And then he kind of reformed his style, and then he elevated himself to this place. And he never lost his identity in the process. He has brought with him enough, even though he may have gotten away from the game plan, enough smarts, enough tactics, enough belief in a coach to channel those forces into something special. I don't know what it means to be a two-time interim champ. To me, that's not the same thing as being the outright champ. It doesn't quite rate. But here's just the reality about Justin Gaethje. He's one of the most important fighters in the history of the UFC. He's one of the most unique talents in the history of the sport in terms of his ability to deliver for the fans. He has flirted with elite greatness many times. He is part of the reason, I should say, part of the class of lightweights that I just don't think they'll ever be again, in terms of both their excitement and their skill and what they all meant to each other and what it made for a great moment in lightweight. Like, the greatest moments in lightweight history are not exclusively the province of Justin Gaethje, but you actually can't tell the story about the greatest moments in lightweight history without Justin Gaethje, right? And to me, if you're that important to arguably the UFC's very best division, and I realize there's some debate about that, that requires that's a place that you will hold in the sport forever, whether there's a Hall of Fame or not. And I suspect there will be in his future. I suspect he will get it. I just want to talk, like, we need to recognize there's an obvious limitation to the resume in the sense of its ultimate upside. But there's a consistent and inherent quality almost all the way through it, certainly of the second half of his UFC run. That is just one of the most special things you're ever going to see. And even at 37 years of age, against an opponent, and we'll talk about Paddy in a moment, who has been, if nothing else tonight, resilient. If nothing else, multiple times fouled. I'm not saying it's on purpose, but he was fouled. Both eyes got raked, to say nothing of maybe he got kicked too, but a resilient opponent, a younger opponent, a surging opponent, and frankly, a bit of a promotional darling. I mean, look at all of the fanfare for him. Look at all of the wigs, and I know he paid for a lot of these folks to come out there, but it had an impact. Like, there was a lot. I mean, he's been promoted by this organization in ways that a lot of people had issues with, and so Justin Gaethje walked into that situation today with kind of all of this context, all of this history, frankly, on the line to a degree, and I thought shined. Now, there's an argument to be made that Paddy was a little bit overmatched, and that what made it fun was the resiliency. So, how much was Justin Gaethje necessarily tested in this one? I think that Paddy landed on him a lot and significantly and hurt him. But there was a bit of a problem, which was that Paddy's punching power and striking prowess, the technical maturation is to be taken seriously, but he just couldn't hurt him. And not in any kind of sustained way. And he gave him, and again, we're going to talk more about Paddy in just a minute, like the full Monty in terms of all of his all of the attacks that he has. And Gaethje just kind of withstood it. Dude, for Gaethje to be 37 years of age, I just want to say this. For Justin Gaethje to be 37 years of age in human years, but given all of the miles on his body and the damage he's taken, the Max Holloway fight, you wouldn't even count that and just consider like just the Dustin Poirier wars, just the Eddie Alvarez wars, round after round. The Luis Palomino, I mean, just all of the freaking damage over and over and over and over again. And look at how fresh, ready. Again, I do think he was feeling it a little bit, but nevertheless, his ability to still leverage all of these things in these high stress, frankly, do or die freaking moments at this advanced stage of his career. Dude, this era of lightweights, and I know Max is part of it, and there's other figures as well. Khabib plays a role in it as well. Conor plays a role. There's a lot of guys who play a role in that moment in time. But Justin Gaethje to be this senior in his run at 155 pounds and to still be this resilient after all those miles, after all the setbacks too. He's had some tough-ass losses. Go look at the loss to Dustin Poirier, the first one. Go look at the loss to Eddie Alvarez. Look at the loss to Max Holloway. Dude, devastating for the fucking Khabib. Devastating losses. And the Khabib one was a little nicer, but it was kind of humiliating in a way, right? And he's still showing up at this level on this kind of a night and still showing he's better than large swaths of this division, if not almost all of it. It's insane, dude. It's insane. I hope everyone can appreciate that the nickname that the highlight that he has is about one of the most deserved nicknames any fighter could have had. And then on top of it, what he represents as part of this era of lightweight that is slowly kind of coming to a close. And I'm not saying there's not going to be other good ones, but I am saying that this Gaethje, Chandler, Poirier, Conor, Eddie Alvarez, Cerrone you can throw in there as kind of like a sort of an outside figure. RDA's in there a little bit as well. Tony Ferguson is a huge part of this. That whole era, dude, you got this guy. I mean, he's kind of, for the most part, almost like a last man standing. Chandler's out there, but Chandler's not winning fucking titles. Eddie's out of the sport. Dustin's out of the sport. Max is obviously maybe one of the better ones, but he just got up here. He's really a 45er for that era that we're talking about. Charles Oliveira's still out there doing stuff, but maybe we'll see. And I know he's got a win over Gaethje, obviously. And I'm just saying, dude, this guy's longevity, given the particular set of devastating, dude, this motherfucker has been in the trenches of 155 pounds. Dude, I'm talking this guy, I mean, the toughest of hard fucking yards that he's had to go through. And he's still out here stunting on these fucking hoes out here. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It really, truly is ridiculous. You got to take a moment and say, I do think Paddy was overmatched tonight, even though he showed great resiliency. But the level of ability and durability that Gaethje has through all the context I mentioned, and I'm not going to rehash it, it is something special. It is a fairly unique thing to see that. In terms of the fight itself, let's talk about what we saw. To me, as I indicated, the firepower of Paddy was a real problem because Paddy was touching him up. Paddy was landing on him. And in that first round, putting good combinations together, Paddy gave him his best stuff. If you're a European or Australian, maybe you never heard this term or heard it used this way. In American baseball, a pitcher will have a series of different pitches that they're good at, but they have a whole repertoire, right? They have a whole series of things that they do. It's like their Batman toolkit, and it's called like, sort of, they call it their stuff. They got good stuff, and you're throwing the fastball, and I'm gonna put the sinker away, and breaking ball, and all this kind of stuff, and you're using it in all these circumstances and the count, and whether you have a left-handed or a right-handed, you're showing them your stuff. And Paddy gave Justin Gaethje all of it and couldn't really deter him. If you can land on a guy that much and with the things that you have worked your offense around, like these are the cornerstones of your offense, and it doesn't really deter him, not much. I mean, I do think Paddy had a good round 3. I thought he performed ably there. I'll give him that. I think that was nice. But at the same time, the lesson for me from this fight was Paddy's stuff. What does it include? He bit down on the mouthpiece tonight, so you saw a little bit more boxing, but typically the boxing is a little bit more selective. Like, he definitely leads with the long range weapons and kind of prefers the long range weapons. So a big, heavy kicking game. And you saw him trying to intercept Justin with some of that stuff, and it just wasn't having the effect. I do think the leg kicks were good, but again, how much did it really deter Justin Gaethje? Not much in the end is kind of the issue. The other one, so he comes over the top off the jab and then underneath with the uppercut. He loves that uppercut. He likes to throw over the top to get guys coming down, and then the uppercut, and then he'll switch it with that jump knee that he has. You saw all of that, and it landed. It landed. He would land over the top. He'd hit the uppercut and the left hook. He'd fire the knee, and it would land. Like the one he landed on Chandler changed the whole fight, changed the course of the whole fight. Landed on him, and he's off to the races. You know what I'm saying? Except, yeah, you can land on him, but it just didn't deter him. It didn't deter his movement. It didn't deter what he threw. It didn't deter his aggression. It didn't change his game plan. You know what I mean? He was just at the other end of it. And you just can't win high level fights it's one thing to like, oh, I can't find him. I can barely land. Dude, what if you gave him your fastball and your breaking ball away and everything else you got, and they're still just fucking hitting home runs? Or at a bare minimum, you can't strike them out. You can't win. And that was a huge part of it. The signature pieces of his offense, jumping switch kick, oblique kicks, switch stance blitzing to get off the fence, uppercuts, overhands, uppercut left hook, right? These are all his trademark weapons. He throws them over and over again, and they usually have great effect. They usually elicit some kind of change in a round or the fight. He's able to build an attack off. You can see he does like to flurry. You did see a little bit of the flurrying, but not to super great effect. And that's just a death sentence. It's just a death sentence. There's no fucking way to win a fight like that against a guy this generationally relevant without that kind of power to sit somebody down. And that absolutely crushed him. So what did Justin do? I thought Justin had, he didn't ever try to go for the back. He maintained a kind of a soft place to get some free offense, pull on the guy's neck with some of those like cradles or attempted like front headlock to cradle situations. He was kind of threatening. There wasn't a whole lot there. He didn't get out of position from a grappling standpoint. Even at one time where Paddy got the double underhooks and tried to rotate him one direction and the other, Justin anticipated and was able to get away. So he kind of like, part of what Justin did in this fight is what he didn't do. He didn't make dumbass mistakes for the most part. Some stuff he walked into a fair amount of jabs in round 3. Again, the leg kicks I thought were one of the best things that Paddy was throwing. But in terms of keeping his balance, overthrowing, in general, there was a couple moments, obviously, but in general, it wasn't too bad. And it certainly, he was doing enough damage where I think, even in the times where he did it, it certainly did not prove costly. So a real good discipline about what offense you need to have and when. And again, himself, collar tying, uppercut. It was one of the ones that dropped him. Savage ground and pound, really coming down hard, hammering him, not worrying about Paddy's guard. That's another part too. Paddy probably was like, okay, if I got to be on my back, is that the worst thing in the world? Look what I can do from there if I need to. And he made Paddy turtle, because he was just getting fucking bombed on. He didn't even want to bother trying to set up a submission. Nope, I got to get the fuck out of here. He made Paddy turtle. He turned him into Eduardo Tellez to get into that position because he was just getting fucking destroyed. Phenomenal game plan in that particular sense as well. And again, the pressure, pushing Paddy back. We talked about Paddy's deficiencies. Paddy, a lot of his defense is evasion and pulling. And that's fine in certain circumstances, or at least it's not a big deal against certain opponents, against certain in certain places in the real estate of the octagon. That can all be true. But if your predominant way of getting out of it means you have to move with your feet and then lean, dude, if you get pressured, your defensive instincts completely, it's not like you go to a second level of defense unless you're really, really good. Your defense just kind of goes away. And so he was getting fucking bummed on when he got backed up there. Now, so finally he made a stand in the third, much better about rotating around rather than just kind of getting backed up. And then what he'll do is he backs up in all of his fights. He's like Tyron Woodley. The tape on Paddy is clear. He backs up like Tyron Woodley and then tries to blitz his way off or exit to a certain direction and kind of run away. And so guys will double up on the hooks as he tries to get away. Right? You saw that a bunch in this fight. And to me, if you want long-range weapons, your long-range weapons need to be much better about maintaining long range. And to me, Justin was able to just kind of walk through it for the most part. And then what was he doing? Low and then high. Where did you see that? Which one of Paddy's fights did you see that one the most? How about Jared Gordon? Constantly. He was hitting him with that every time from both sides. Go low, bah. It's a Justin Gaethje special anyway, but it worked in particular pretty well on Paddy, and in particular because it's a known weakness. It's a known weakness for him. So they had enough of an understanding of the game plan. He had enough, there was some looseness to it, but enough discipline to pull the whole thing off. I think that was probably an interesting part for me as well. And the thing I do want to say, though, is, dude, Gaethje was fucking bombing on this guy. Paddy's durability is insane. Now, I mentioned it during the live portion of the watch along, which is that, dude, Justin Gaethje, 5 rounds against Tony Ferguson. Tony was never the same. I'm not ready to say that about Paddy because he did put up a little bit more of a fight in round 3. And, even round 5, he kind of ended on a strong note. And, dude, Paddy's chin is very, very good. Very good chin. He is durable. I worry about beatings like that. The ones that go a long time, 5 rounds like that, you're just kind of getting crushed minute after minute. I don't think it's going to fully up. I'm not as worried about Paddy, certainly as I worried about Tony. Tony took a lot more damage. He was much, much less defensively. I mean, he was just there to be hit with everything, and he was too tough for his own good. And, that one was terrible. But that was a lot of damage that Paddy took, man. It was a fucking lot of damage. He should take a break after this one. That was a lot. And it also kind of deserves to be said, too, about Paddy. His improvement is real. I thought he gave Justin a couple of good rounds, and he certainly is durable as shit. But, dude, can we just be honest? Arman Tsarukyan is beating the living dog shit out of him. It might be a different fight, but the ground and pound, he's going to fuck him up. And Ilia Topuria would send his chin into outer space. They would have to get a NASA telescope to find that thing. He would whip his fucking head like 50 Cent in Get Rich or Die Trying. I mean, it would be ugly. So I don't know that Justin has a great shot against Arman Tsarukyan or Ilia Topuria for that matter. I don't really know that I would pick him in that circumstance. But, dude, I can be honest and say I can appreciate Paddy's real improvement, and I can certainly appreciate the spirit and the heart that he put into this performance today. But let's be fucking serious. This division right now, again, Justin's record of overall record, and again, to put it, the kind of work he did tonight, impressive, and the overall record, legendary. But this division right now belongs to either Ilia or Arman. And I don't think there's a whole lot of debate about that personally for me. Maybe you would want to see Arman versus Justin in the sense that, Justin's got great wrestling. Could Arman be neutralized? Maybe that's something that you think. Maybe you think that Arman would get him down no matter what. That's another thing you can think. It's up to you. But this division belongs to Ilia Topuria, and if not him, Arman Tsarukyan. And certainly, maybe Justin you think is competitive, but if Paddy had been the winner tonight or whatever, would anybody pick him to beat either Tsarukyan or especially not Topuria? Like, honestly, Justin did him a bit of a favor because Topuria would turn him into ash. I mean, disintegrate him. Boom. I just vaporize him. So let's just be clear about that. I can appreciate all the good from tonight, and You might say, oh, this discussion is not relevant. It is relevant. It is relevant. Who the best guy in this division is and what they can do to people like this is a relevant thing. They fought for an interim title. It's relevant. It's relevant. And Topuria has, honestly, seeing shit like this, I don't know if they're going to make the Saryukian fight or whatever. But if Ilya ends up fighting Saryukian and wins, there's like, what is left for him? You going to fight Max again? You going to fight Charles again? Probably not. He iced both of them. It makes the Makhachev fight maybe a little bit more likely, to be honest with you. That's the thing to consider. Let's take a look at some of these numbers if we can here. And then we'll move on to some of the other fights. But I want to take a look at the numbers from this one. Here we go. All right, let's do this. This one. Okay. All right, let's take a look at some of these numbers here. Let me refresh this. Did this refresh? Yeah, okay. One more time. All right. Justin Gaethje is credited with 2 knockdowns, 313 significant strikes, 144 is the more interesting number. Look at this, dude. Paddy landing more at what would be considered something to the effect of range, and it doesn't matter. He still gets fucking bodied. That's a hell of a stat. You actually threw more significant strikes and landed more significant strikes, and you still got fucking waxed. Two knockdowns for Justin Gaethje, 3 out of 3 takedowns, so not only 100%, but he got 3 of them. 0 for 5 on Paddy. The offensive, so this is, again, going back to the tape study. What the tape study shows is that a lot of the takedowns and a lot of the back taking that Paddy gets is from either somebody who doesn't grapple very well or him reversing position. Right, so someone's on top of him, he'll lift him and then turn him, and then now he's on top, like that kind of a thing. But someone's already established grappling contact. He got fucking smoked. No, can't do that shit. Can't do that shit at all. Let's take a look at these numbers again one more time. All right, per round. So yeah, Paddy kind of won, from a volume standpoint here. You see the 37. He kind of won that one. He whiffs on the takedown. Gaethje a little bit of control time. Gaethje had some interesting control time here, almost a minute in every single round, over 2 minutes in round 2. This is a good round for Paddy, 41-24. Again, I thought he really got behind the jab, better movement, wasn't throwing as recklessly, and just better about getting out of the way. I thought that was an important round, but then he gets fucking smoked in round 4. And then was just kind of hanging on. Well, no, he had a bit of a resurgent moment in round 3. Let's look at the targeting. All right, Justin Gaethje in the red, Paddy Pimblett in the blue. Paddy much more diverse. That Justin Gaethje is a bit of a headhunter, but it totally works for him. And here you see him going 16% to the legs. I didn't mind the strategy. I really didn't. And going to the body too. I did not think these were bad strategy. But the reality is, man, it just didn't yield what they hoped it could yield. If you can land, look at this shit. If you can land a fucking 156 significant strikes, 37 in round 1, 22 in round 2, 41 in round 3, 35 in round 4, and then 21 in round 5, and the guy doesn't look that much worse for the wear and then can walk through you, that's a problem. That's a problem, man. That's a problem. And then in terms of the targeting here, yeah, I mean, look at Justin Gaethje. He's headhunting here big time. The leg kicks are almost as much as like his total. I mean, it's just so evenly apportioned in certain parts of the round. So there you have it. Justin Gaethje becomes a 2-time, as I said, interim champion. I hope he gets a shot against Ilya. I don't like his chances necessarily, but he has certainly earned it. I thought the Fiziev rematch was inspiring in terms of the grit he showed, and now he does this, where again I think Paddy was a little bit outmatched, but Justin showed a good veteran, mostly, not entirely, but disciplined enough performance to get the job done. But again, this is the end of the line for, or pretty close to the end of the line for, one of the greatest lightweights to ever do it, and part of the team of lightweights that make the sport what it is, or make the division what it is, and still out here doing relevant work. Quite impressive. All right, I got a message here. Let's see. Oh, here we go. 100K bonuses. Gaethje was versus Pimblett, fight of the night. Performance of the night, Miller and Hokit. And then 25K finishes for Cortez, A Costa, Krylov. Perez was not eligible because he missed weight. Also, Islam tweeted, what was brought on a platter turned out to be inedible, and a clear reference to Paddy's rise. Yeah, I mean, Paddy's, yeah, fine. You worry about Michael Morales or Ilya Topuria. Don't worry about Paddy. Oh, but I guess has he made some fucked up comments about the Dagestanis? I can never keep track about who's shitty to those guys. All right. Let's talk about some of the fights on this card here, if we can. Your co-main event, if I do say so myself. A bit of fun. Sean O'Malley defeats Song Yadong. The scores were Eric Colon 29-28, Chris Lee 29-28, Ron McCarthy 29-28. I thought that this was such an important fight for Sean O'Malley, and I gotta say, first round, he just didn't look quite like himself. Second round, you saw him begin to open up, I thought, a little bit more, and I thought he took the second round. Or maybe it was the first round. He won the first round and then kind of faded in the second round. So the real clear question was, you got the first round, you're down a round. Tim Welch is in his ear. You need to absolutely imploring him to be himself. And he goes out there and has a phenomenal round 3, a really, really strong round 3, where he not only was landing consistently on Song Yadong, but more to the point, was kind of styling on him. He looked like Sean O'Malley. And I honestly think we talked about Justin Gaethje feeling some of the nerves in the main event, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we have a case here of O'Malley, I think, was also feeling the nerves. 2 losses in a row, granted the same guy, but are you who you tell yourself you are? Are you that guy? And after you lose like that, and then you got finished even easier the second time, this will mess with you. And he went out there and I thought kind of rescued himself in the fight, rescued a big opportunity. I'm not saying he's going to get it because it was a bit of a nip and tuck fight at first, but certainly rescued the opportunity to potentially leapfrog Merab and fight Jan. And I thought showed real mettle doing that. Real fighter character doing that. Getting out there, it's not just about making the adjustments, and I thought he did a much better job of kind of staying outside of that weak side of Song Yadong, not committing a super hard to stuff so that he didn't get positionally overrun and then hit with big stuff where he had to then kind of evade. And then because he was more consistent with his output, he was able to, and then with the movement, he was able to bait and then land on Song. And then the more he landed on Song, the more he was able to build on other ways to land on him by stand switch off at an angle. And I mean, he was starting to do great things. And I think also what he said in the post fight was actually pretty instructive, because what did he say? He said, I made him out to be faster in my mind. I think he rightly was trying to make a threat that he had to get ready for that was quite serious. And I think maybe there's a part of him that was like, I'm not really ready to open up yet. And then when his confidence began to grow, and then he had that real gut check moment between rounds 2 and 3, it brought him back to life. Dude, I don't know if, he's all the way back or whatever, but I thought this was a great opponent to see where he was. He got pushed. He got tested. He didn't get beat up too bad by any stretch of imagination, and then was able to turn back into himself when it counted the most. Dude, that is gut check, high character shit. And whether you want to say he deserves a shot against Jan, because he doesn't, like Merab obviously deserves it. And whether you think he lost the first time, which I think he did, and whether you think he'd win the second time, I doubt it based on who Jan is these days. Doesn't matter. To be able to metaphorically answer the bell like that. You've seen, this is what they do, and I'm not saying it's as dramatized, but this is what they do in these fucking Rocky movies. You got to do it. This is the moment. You got to fucking dial in and get it there, and then to actually pull it off in a smart and thoughtful and strategic way. Dude, that's what he did. Again, I'm not saying it's as highly dramatized as that, but it's the kind of the real life version of it. If he had lost this fight tonight, what would you be saying about him? I had people asking me if he was a bust. A guy who was a former champion. They were asking me, is he a bust? Well, is he? Is he a bust? No, he is not. He is an accomplished, very, very good fighter, but he was one that was maybe teetering there a little bit. And he really, I thought, re-solidified his position in the division, re-solidified him as a useful bantamweight for the UFC to build around still. Put himself back in a big fight one way or the other, whether it's Sandhagen, whether it's Jan, like I don't know. And I think being able to showcase your style in a fight that was, again, nip and tuck. I think the blistering power of Song was a little bit deterring him. Some of the forward pressure, I think you just didn't see him as willing to counter. Both guys also were trying to counter the other, and so it made for a little bit stalemate-ish. So there wasn't a lot. I mean, look at these numbers for the fight. Look how low the numbers are for the output. 48 versus 36 over 3 rounds in terms of what was landed. Granted, there was a lot of they're throwing in terms of the total volume, but look at this: 16-10 in round 1, 7-14. They had 2 of the rounds had double digits. Only one of them had either of them landing over 20 significant strikes. I mean, this was not high output. Compare that to the Justin Gaethje fight, right? So we saw single digits. Look at this: 27-37, 32-22, 24-41, several in the 30s, right? Not the same at all. So you had a much lower output. These guys couldn't really get going. And so, Song's kind of building there, and he got confidence, and he's getting back after it. And dude, it got a little hairy there for him. It got a little hairy. I have to tell you that, to me, his gut check moment between rounds 2 and round 3 was one of my favorite moments for him. Maybe not ever, but certainly for all the stuff I saw tonight, guys wilt most of the time, or they just, they kind of hang on, or they don't really look at Rose, maybe that fight was 1-1 heading into the third. And, did she look like she was stepping on it in the third? Not really. Looked to me more like Silva was the one who was kind of stepping on it a little bit in the third. He fucking stepped on it. Impressive by Sean O'Malley. Impressive run. For Song Yadong, I'm not sure what to say, man. He's the guy who's almost ready to be something, except he never ends up being ready to be something. You know what I mean? He's the guy who's tough. He's well-trained. He's athletic. He's powerful. But every time they ask him to go face an elite guy, I know he's got the Cejudo win, but that one's obviously got an asterisk on it. I don't want to bury the guy and say, oh, he'll never be anything. That's not what I'm trying to say. But I am saying that, dude, they call him up to the majors a lot, and then he loses. How do I say this? There might be a little bit of a come to Jesus moment about why that keeps happening and what that means. And I think to me, it's his skill set is powerful and athletic, but against guys with great movement and against guys who are sneaky and guys who can disrupt your rhythm. He was splitting Song's timing constantly. He's a little bit limited, that's a different than, for example, Paddy. Paddy landed whatever he wanted, or not whatever he wanted, but whatever he had in his arsenal, and then it didn't matter. That's not what Song had, was chasing him towards the end or running into stuff at the end. And he got bloodied up, and that knee that O'Malley landed at the end was fucking sick, He just always seems, I don't know, the graduation to the next level, it's just around the corner. And then the corner never seems to materialize, does it? So I'd be happy with Sean O'Malley versus Corey Sandhagen, and I'd be happy with Sean O'Malley. Would I be happy with a title shot? It depends on what Merab wants, but I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it. Okay, let me see here. Okay, we got stuff from Dana White. I'll get to that in a minute. Let me go through the rest of this card here if I can, and then we'll talk about what Dana had to say. This was a fun one. Waldo Cortez Acosta defeats Derek Lewis at 3:14 of round 2. I said this live during the broadcast. It was so funny to me. He hit him with the same punch in the same scenario that Anderson Silva did on Forrest Griffin. Forrest Griffin comes in swinging with one hook and then the other, overcommits. Anderson gets out of the way so that the hook goes by him and then just pops him one time, and he goes crashing to the mat, and then closes the show thereafter. That's almost exactly what you got here. And I'm not saying Waldo Cortez Acosta is on the same level as Anderson Silva, moving up a weight class to be the former champion. That's not my point, but I am saying it was kind of eerily reminiscent, but it was the sort of the fatter heavyweight version. I mean, Derek Lewis is 40. He tries the jumping switch kick to like stun people, and then he can overrun them and their position, and then he can pressure them backwards and then land big shots. That's what he kind of does. But Waldo Cortez Acosta is pretty athletic. He's pretty good. He's certainly got a lot of experience now in the UFC. I thought, again, he was patient in this one. When he got really behind the jab in round 2, that was kind of the beginning of the end. It set up a lot. I thought Lewis folded a little. I don't want to accuse him of ducking or quitting, but wasn't the sturdiest response I'd ever seen to some ground and pound. But okay, or to a jab anyway. Whatever, it doesn't matter. All I can say is, dude, the guy keeps winning. He keeps staying active. He showed patience. And how many times have you guys heard me say, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. You can understand a lot about how far a fighter is going to go by how much they use their jab and how useful it actually is. And they could be deficient in a lot of other ways. And Waldo Cortez Acosta is deficient in a lot of ways. But one of the things he's very good at, he's good athleticism, and he has a pretty good jab. Is it the best jab I've ever seen? Not necessarily, but it's a pretty good one. And it's got good timing. He's got good feet. And he just consistently pumps it. And it just sets up this other universe of things that allows him to then access. A heavyweight, I'm telling you, a heavyweight with fast feet and a consistent jab is a problem. Am I saying he's going to be champion? I don't know. But do I think that he's got something in a surprising way that is going to be a problem for some people? I absolutely do. And I can understand Derek Lewis is 40, even grading on a curve at heavyweight. He's still a little bit older. Okay, fair enough. You can decide how meaningful the win is. We're not necessarily in the heyday of Kane and JDS. Okay, fine. But for what we have and what he can do, Cortez Acosta is a threat. He's a threat. And I think the fans really kind of respond to the fact that, I don't know that they loved the first round or that they were expecting what exactly went down in the second, but that he just, when the fight is over, did he deliver? Did he deliver? He did. He delivered. And I think he's going to get a pretty decent opportunity from this. And if he can stay healthy and stay active again this year, I mean, he cannot be that far from a title fight. I'm not saying this got him that one, but he certainly cannot be that far. It's pretty impressive what he's been able to do. Remember, leading into this night, here's who he's been in 2025. Here's who he beat: Ryan Spann, Sergey Spivak. He had the Pavlovich one. Okay, fine, he lost that one. Comes back and beats Ante Dalia, then Shamil Gaziev, and now Derek Lewis. So there's still a question about what the ultimate upside is for him, but he's still climbing. Again, it's a somewhat of a meat and potatoes game. But if you're a good athlete and you got good timing and you got good discipline and patience and a good jab, brother, that's 90% of the battle. At heavyweight, that's fucking 90% of the battle. Good takedown defense and a good takedown defense and a good jab at heavyweight, you could be a fucking world champion. You really can. That's what JDS had. You can do that. So, I don't think heavyweight is all that interesting to me right now, but I think he's doing some of the more interesting work in that division. Natalia Silva fights Rose Namajunas in a fight that sucked complete ass, and I really hated it. Silva outlanded Namajunas 2-1, basically 51 significant strikes to Namajunas' 26. Speaking of low output, in round 2, Silva landed 8 significant strikes, Namajunas 5. Silva landed 28 in round 3, and then just 8 in that one. Namajunas only had double-digit landed significant strikes in round 1 and fell off after that. I do not know what is going on with Rose Namajunas. I don't know if, even despite the fact that she's 33, she's washed. I'm not saying that she is. I'm asking. It's worth considering. I don't know if she just doesn't have the same fire, or if the game is caught up, or if she's had regression in her training. I know there's some concerns about leaving Trevor Whitman. Any of these theories, or maybe all of them, have explanatory value. But look at this. She's never been a super high output volume person, but this is anemic. This was a number 1 contender fight, and the best you can manage is 5 significant strikes in round 2. That's anemic. It's anemic. It's not enough to win. And that you can make a case that she won round 2, even with the anemic nature of the offense. But like, did you see a case there for her beating Shevchenko? I don't think so. It would not be a great fight with Shevchenko either. And I'm not saying Silva's going to be a barn burner either if they give her that one. But, my point being is, I don't know. She's just, there was a certain level of dynamism to her game. And it felt like in certain ways she was ahead of the curve. And it just feels like a diet version of that. And what explains that, I don't know. But it just feels like a diet version of that. Partly Silva was moving a lot. She was throwing a lot of kicks as well, kind of making, I think, Rose second guess. Rose did get a takedown in round 2. Natalia Silva got a takedown in round 1. Neither did a whole lot with it necessarily, if memory serves. I wasn't super blown away by Natalia Silva, but she was just, dude, again, offense is so much more important than defense in MMA. They're both important, but offense is much more important. And it was a volume play. It wasn't a super interesting fight. They did a lot of leg kicking each other. They did a lot of kind of jabbing. There was a couple right hands that got through. I think there was a couple spinning attacks that Silva had that were kind of fun. She had that side kick that went to the face. That was cool. She definitely had that phenomenal takedown off the double overhooks. That was great as well. So, she's got some cool shit that she can do. But I think that this puts her obviously in the number 1 contender spot. It puts her in place for a fight against Shevchenko. I just, I don't know what kind of buzz there is for a fight like that based on a fight like this. And for Rose, she wins 1, she loses 1. She wins 2, she loses 1. Again, it wasn't like a beating. It wasn't like it was an ass kicking. It wasn't like she got fucked up, but it just felt a little flat to me and not that interesting of a fight. Last but not least on that main card, Jayon Silva defeats Arnold Allen. This was a fun one. Jayon Silva getting credited with 4 takedowns. Arnold Allen, this is the problem with Arnold Allen. We all love him, and he's certainly made for a great contest. And I do think we should also say, even though he is, I think, a naturally more reserved fighter, he did open up some more in this fight too. So I want to make sure I give him credit. But dude, just in a sport where defense is just not nearly as important as offense, it is important. It is critical. And if you don't have it, it'll fucking end your career. But look at Justin Gaethje. Is he as far along as he is? Did he have to tighten up his defense? Yes. He had to tighten up his defense. However, at the same time, it's horsepower on offense. That's what it is. That's what his game is. And Allen, to me, is patient, but maybe to a fault. And he's defensively sound, but maybe to a fault. Because it just feels like there's just not enough offense for him to do what he wants to do. He lands 22 significant strikes in round 1, 18 in round 2, and 16 in round 3. So he got less over time. Whereas it was up and down for Silva. He started at 16, bumped up to 32. He really opened up in that second round, especially got that takedown. And then it kind of came back to the mean a little bit in round 3, but was still pretty high with 26. So the real story to me on that fight is one guy was too defensive and we knew he might be. The other one was Silva is offensive, but actually dialed it back enough this time to not go crazy. He wasn't barking until the fight was over, for example. Right? He kind of kept it calm when Bruce Buffer was reading his name, and he didn't really open up with those combinations until the second round when he was putting hand and foot combinations together, or at the, he was countering. I think another part too, why Arnold Allen was hesitant. He's also getting countered a little bit. He would kind of throw something and there'd be like a quick reaction at times in those second and third rounds. And that was kind of, I think, maybe getting to him a little bit. It was a tough thing to deal with. So to me, the maturation in Silva, very good takedown defense by him, by the way, in terms of like his balance. Surprisingly good in that regard. Patient up front, and then staying within himself in rounds 2 or 3. I mean, it was an interesting part. Like that played a big role tonight in a lot of the winners' games. Being patient, not rushing stuff, yet still kind of foot on the gas a little bit. And I think you saw that very well from Jayon Silva. That's not the guy that fought Diego Lopez. I'm not saying Diego Lopez wouldn't beat him in a rematch. I'm just saying the guy that you saw tonight and the way in which he was taking his time, That guy was different. Okay. I have a headache, but I'm gonna thug this out. All right, let's see these comments from Dana, and then we'll take your questions. If you got a question, you can fire something into the super chat, and then we'll get to it here in just a moment. All right. From Dana White. Dana White says that the event exceeded expectations beyond belief for Paramount. He said it exceeded it by double. That's great. I don't know what that means, but okay. Dana said Paddy did what he promised. He tried to KO Justin. All right. Justin told Dana he was 100% fine and felt better than he did for a lot of UFC fights in terms of like the staph on his neck, right? Okay, fine. But I still think he was feeling it. White on the Johnson Hernandez cancellation. We got called from the Gaming Integrity Service. There you go. And I said, we're not doing this shit again. And we pulled the fight. Good. That's how it should be. That's the right call. White confirms that Natalia Silva was told that she would get a title shot if she were to beat Rose. Very good. Dana claims he, quote, didn't see comments, end quote, by Connor in terms of his pay-per-view points going away, meaning he needs a new contract. Yeah, right. White says that he didn't love Josh Hokett's post-fight speech. Yeah, because it was fucking stupid. White says that referee Mark Smith tore his ACL during one of the fights that he officiated and had to be carried out of the octagon. Wow. Interesting. All right. Let's see what you got. Here we go. Huge shout out to the... Oh, we did this one already. Huge shout out to the crowd. We did this one already. Nothing beats Rory's 46-2 walkout. That's Tool, right? Paddy looks likely like a medieval serf got braids on vacation. That's awesome. Fun-ass fight, but both of these guys suck. That's a little strong. I don't think they're the best guys in the division. MK all day. Thank you, Saul. I appreciate you, buddy. This fight is actually low-skilled, embarrassing. Well, I wouldn't... The mechanics, dude, the mechanics on Paddy's punches. Where he's doing this shit, you know? Oh, my God. That shit breaks my heart. Yes, I'll accept that. It's not, you know, you weren't watching Hagler Hearns. I can tell you that. Paddy getting big brothered. He certainly did. Topuria erases these two. Armin subs these two. Just make Topuria versus Armin already. That's the fight, guys. Topuria versus Armin is one of the very best fights you can make. Excuse me. In the entire sport. It's one of the very best ones you can make in the entire freaking sport. And they're so clearly better than the rest of the pack. I don't know what the UFC is going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. Topuria and Armin would be the worst thing to happen to a Scouser since Yoko. Oh. That's a lot. Flying knee to the ball, super effective. That did happen a few times during the fight. Yes, indeed. He's had to have damaged his right hand. Gaethje still threw it anyway. I didn't even bring it up in the post-fight analysis because he still threw it. Take a point between rounds for fouls on replay. Yes, because one of them ended up being an eye poke off the thumb, and they didn't call it. And I'm not sure if the rules allow for that, but I agree that they should. What is Paddy's chin made of? Dude, credit to him. Fucking steel. This reminded me of Adesanya versus Gastelum. That's another one where he was going this and then coming around and throwing that and then missing. And then Izzy just hit him with the bop gun. Paddy is on the Rory McDonald trajectory after this fight. Dude might never be the same. I am worried, as I indicated on the post-fight analysis. I am a little worried about the amount of damage he took. It was a lot. Win or lose, Gaethje took 5 fights off Bro's life. He might have done that. Topuria flatlines Gaethje and puts Paddy in an ICU. Yes. Danny on the gas, I would agree. Paddy wrestling set England back to 2007. His offensive wrestling's never been great. You have to be mid to lose to Gaethje in 2026, in my opinion. That's a strong word. Mid is a little strong. Maybe it's not. I think it's impressive what Gaethje is doing. Paddy throws some UFC 2 punches. Yes, they're terrible. Paddy reverts back to bad habits under pressure. He did come back and show some resiliency, but in general, there was a lot of that. The fight was the UFC without foul rules. Wait, this fight was the UFC without... Oh, I see, yeah. Eye poke still legal in 26. Yeah, unfortunately, the way it happened. Yeah. I guess Scousers can't get knocked out. Not that one. That motherfucker's chin is amazing. Unk's getting it done. A lot of Unks at 155 getting it done. I think 10-8 round 2, you could maybe argue that. 48-46 Gaethje, what a fight. If it was 10-8 round 2, though, it would have been 49-45. Charles, Max, Armin, and Ilya all beat each of these guys easily. Yes, probably so. Yes. I don't think you saw the two best lightweights on earth tonight. No. I'm not going to... I think I still think what Justin's able to do at this late stage is a lot of fun, but that's right. Great fight, but Ilya and Armin finished both those guys. Also, Gaethje looked stiff. Gaethje looked a little old. Another legend for Topuria to send to the Shadow Realm. Oh my God, you guys are down on them. Paddy looks like he got Botox. He looked fucked up. Rogan and Cormier are awful, he says, and just saying, oh, and this is awesome over and over. It's a lot of cheerleading that happens in that booth. I'll say that. I'm glad Justin won, but I don't want him to fight Ilya. I'm scared he'll be the next Spencer Fisher in the future. Buddy, that's all. If he's going to be, it's already too late to stop. Already too late. I'm not saying that that's the invitation to just do whatever you want, but I'm saying toothpaste is out the tube on that one. How bad are these casual fans that aren't cheering Justin on like mad after that effort? Bro, what can I say? If you're a fight fan, just live by example. That's all I can say. A compromised staff-infected Gaethje beat Paddy. Maybe he wasn't compromised. Too bad. Would you rather a 10 p.m. start time with 0 ads or a 9 p.m. start time with all the ads? I might still take the 9, but barely. Thank God for the main event. Otherwise, a boring, dragged-out card. Mans looked like he was wearing someone else's face by the end. Yeah, dude. It looked like someone took a weed whacker and just... Not today, old friend. That's funny. McGregor, obviously a POS, but him versus Gaethje, easily the biggest fight to make. That one might end up on the thing is, it's like, does Conor even fight at 55 anymore? You know, I don't know if he can even do that. Pay-per-view still a thing in Canada. If that didn't suck enough, we get nothing but dead air during what I assume was all the ads on the Paramount stream. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Main card started at 9. Event still ended at 1. Yeah, not a huge change. Well, they also started a little later than normal, and, you know, we'll see how it goes in the future. I feel like that early main card time didn't really do much. 30-minute difference after it's all said and done. Again, let's see how it goes. This one had a bit of a later start because of all the extra shit. So let's see how it looks in the future. This is the first one of them. Like, I'm not ready to just pack it in yet. What does this belt mean, really? Title shot, extra money, pay-per-view points. I wouldn't call Justin the second or even third best fighter in the division. No, neither would I. It's a nice win for an aging fighter who gets now pay-per-view points. You know, been a fan of the sport for 16 years, and that might be the lowest quality title fight. Wow, you guys are down on this fucking fight. I mean, I didn't say it was like, you know, a masterpiece, but I think I'm well and truly done with this sport. Jesus. All right. NFL Hall of Fame criteria can come down to making significant contributions to the game. It can be argued that Justin's contributions can be considered as such. This is true. This is a very true point. I agree. But you have to make it as such. I was watching with some people new to the UFC. It was funny watching them experience Gaethje and telling them every fight he's in is like that, one of one. See what I mean? That's why he gets these opportunities. Don Cerrone's in the Hall of Fame, so Justin Gaethje will I forgot Cerrone was even in. Fair enough. Yeah, you're right. Again, I figured he would get in. Gaethje would get in, but you're right. If Cerrone's in, then there's no question he's going to get in. Do you think Justin Gaethje is the Arturo Gatti of the UFC? The guy is just a dog. Yeah, Arturo Gatti was a world champion. I mean, not the most decorated one, but I think he won a couple of titles. So yeah, kind of. Would Gaethje be Hall of Fame by boxing Hall of Fame standards? I don't know. The problem is you got to be a world champion in that sport. So no. but it's a different sport, and it's easier to get a world title there, right? So the clear, good old boys, money-making and production, e.g. Travis Barker's drum solo story fable after the atrocious coupling of Blink-182's rock show over the fight primer was so lame. I hated it. I nothing against Blink-182 or Travis Barker, but get the fucking fight started. What are we doing? They had the other one that they showed that was fun to Black Sabbath, and then they did the regular one, and then they did another one. I was like, nah, I'm good on that shit. If Donald Cerrone's in the UFC, then there's no reason for Gaethje not to be in as well. His career is just as good. His career is better. He was a 2-time interim champion. Cerrone wasn't even a 1-time. Gaethje has the will to actually enact coach's instructions. When Whitman tells him something, he follows through, unique to him, I think. There are plenty of fighters who are good at listening to their corner, but fair enough. He clearly has a very stable relationship, in that sense with Whitman. How come TKO gets big-time deals with UFC and WWE, still bombarding us with heavy... I've been over this one. Is this the future of non-pay-per-view streaming? Yeah. Guys. You're not going to make your money back on subscriptions. Paramount Plus would have to... It just wouldn't happen. They'd have to completely double or triple their existing amount with no churn. It's not going to happen. The ads are going to make the difference. You guys were all happy that they paid them, $7.7 billion. Well, now you get to pay for it. Will Dana's retirement date signal a small window of opportunity for other promotions? Nope. Or will the UFC not need a leading figure by then? That is exactly correct. Paddy reacted to front headlocks like those videos of babies getting cheese slices thrown on their heads. Truly embarrassing. He needed to be more reactive in those spaces. I'll agree. You can't just hang out. You gotta, and if you don't want to back away, then go in, which is what he eventually did anyway. Why does Gaethje always duck his head down slightly to the right in close range because it's comfortable for him to do that, and it helps him get out of the way of a lot of punches. It also puts him in line for other punches, but it gets him out of the way of a bunch of them, and then it sets up his offense too, because he likes to come down here and then throw that collar tie to then feed the uppercut. You know what I mean? Main card minute is watching you. Watch your 6, bud. Okay. I don't know. I was looking at Justin's reaction time and movement, and I didn't like what I saw. Proves Paddy's striking is still meh. Fine. Justin looked regressed in this fight. Guess I'm crazy. No, I don't think you're crazy. I still thought... How do I say this? I don't think... Okay, you're not crazy. Clearly, you didn't see anybody who can beat Topuria. And I don't think you saw anybody who can beat Armin. And obviously, Max and Charles, it's not really going to be relevant because they're not going to fight. And Justin already fought both of them. Anyway, but you get my point. But for all he's been through, to still be this much ahead of rank and file of the ranked portion of the division, to me, is still impressive. I concede, however, he's not the same. 37 is not the same as 32, and especially for a guy like that. My point is that, as I indicated, we're talking about so much damage and so much accumulation that he shouldn't even be relevant in fights like this. And he was still like Paddy was not up to the challenge. If it's that academic, why the hell were you so wrong in your fight pick? It's a good question. Well, it was academic in the adding of the rounds. So I'll say we knew that Paddy had defensive lapses. We talked about them extensively on the Substack tape study. But I did not realize that he would be able to land that much on Justin and not have an effect. I think that's the part that surprised me. I knew he was going to get chinned at some point. And I thought he might survive and that we would see something like that. And he did survive. So that part actually was true. But I did not realize he'd be able to give it. The question to me was he going to be able to give Justin his best stuff? And if you had told me before the fight, the answer is yes, I'd be like, okay, well, he's definitely going to. I mean, if he can get all that going and Justin's 37, he might be fine. And what I did not anticipate was that he could throw all of that, land his best stuff, and it would do nothing. I did not because that's not the case in other fights. Like, he would swarm guys and they would drop. Not he had huge punching power, but it had an effect. Or the knee he landed on Chandler, it had an immediate effect. He's rattled people with it before. He couldn't do shit to Justin. That part, to me, didn't see it coming. I didn't see anybody who's like, oh yeah, Paddy is going to be able to land at will on Justin and it will have no effect. Who said that? I'd be curious to read their analysis if you can find it. So that's my breakdown. What you say about Paddy against Arman and Ilya, but that applies to Justin too. It's his last hurrah. Yes, Justin can't beat either. I mean, Justin might have a chance against Ilya if they slug it out, but even then, I'm not picking him. Having no strike defense while fighting top 10 lightweight contenders is simply an untenable position. Unless you're Habib, but he's not Habib, is he? Was this fight only good because of glaring deficiencies in both fighters and heart? Don't forget the second part. Yes, glaring deficiencies, yes, but also heart. Obviously, small sample size, but interesting that early prelims ended in case. By the way, I just want folks to know, if you get predictions right, no one says shit. They only get it when you get it wrong. And this is why I don't even like doing them, because look, I don't know who's going to fucking win these fights. The thing I only like, it drives me crazy. The only thing I like to do ahead of fights is find what the interesting matchups are where there's going to be something contested and you don't know which way it's going to go in that particular one. And it could be, really, really influential for how the whole fight goes. Like, what are the fault lines in this fight? I feel like I'm very good about identifying those, but I don't know who's going to win these fucking fights. We do it because people on podcasts, they just make you do it. But if I had a choice, I'd never do it, in part because I don't fucking know. But I just want to point out, when you get one right, people are silent. And then when you get them wrong, oh, here they come, fucking descending off the hills. But I'll tell you why I was wrong, because I'm not ashamed of it. People don't fucking know. They can pretend that they know. They don't. Who was saying Paddy was going to land basically all of his very best weapons and it would have almost no effect? Sorry, I didn't see anyone saying that shit. What they said was he would take him down and choke him out, or Justin's washed if they were predicting him he would win, but they weren't predicting that. So if you can find that, I'd love to see it. Arman said he didn't get Paddy's game plan, would choke Justin in 2 rounds, wants to fight in June. He's probably right. And but the problem is Arman's got great takedowns and Paddy does not. Worst Gaethje has ever looked, in my opinion, still beat Paddy. Textbook definition of a fraud check. No, I don't think he looked as bad as he did in other fights. He looked older. But not as bad. Also, BC will be missed, but really love adding Chuck. Thank you. His presence has elevated the MMA breakdown in detail. Also, love Jed on the show. Great chemistry with you guys and excited for him to be a regular pre-fight. I don't know if Chuck is going to be on Monday because I'm hearing he's having travel issues. So we're going to have to figure something out. A lot of people are apparently stuck in Vegas. So we'll see how this goes. God, just imagine what Islam would have done to Paddy. Oh, I mean, come on. Islam would tear him limb from limb. Nothing for you. Appreciate the content. Be safe out there. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. For your energy drink funds. Love watching the watch-alongs. Glad you could join me. Who would you rate best jab at each weight class? Josh Van's got a good one at 125. At 35, maybe Jan. 45, Volk, obviously. 55, Topuria. 70, Islam's got a pretty good jab, but probably not the best one. Maybe JDM's got a better jab, pure jab. 85, Imavov's got a pretty good jab. I mean, obviously Izzy's got a great jab too, but he's kind of fading a little bit. Imavov's got a pretty good one. 205, obviously Poatan, and then 205 and heavyweight Gon. Gon's got a great heavy good. Look at Gon. Gon's a fucking donk, but he's got fast feet. He's athletic, and he's got a good jab. See what I mean? At heavyweight, dude, that's like your whole life comes alive. Both Rose and Grooming Pat can retire. That's funny. Thoughts on Paramount? Your take that making it too unrecognizable was a mistake I agreed with, but it felt like nothing changed. Yeah, it's that. Then so the question becomes like, what's too much? What's too little? I think that they wanted to kind of play it a little bit safe. People were expecting like a big thing out of this. I guess I wasn't expecting a huge change. I wasn't. I was expecting some improvements, but not like a wholesale refresh. My feed worked pretty well for the most part. I enjoyed it. I didn't get to really test out the multicam, but that's something I'm going to look into here in the future. You know, Buffer kind of fucked up the names early. I don't really know what I love. Kate Abdo. She's the best. She's amazing on that show, and she was fine on this one, but I'm not sure exactly what it added to the whole thing. And it was fine. It was fine. I mean, the thing is, dude, if you guys really want to shake up a UFC broadcast, like I'm not telling you like oh, I'm calling for it. I'm not calling for it. I'm just think logically. You have to get rid of Rogan, or you have to get rid of DC, or you have to have like a complete refresh of the brand and like a huge complete change in, you know, production elements. And like they weren't prepared to do that. I'm telling you, this deal with Paramount came together very quickly, very last minute. And so to me, that they pulled this off is actually kind of impressive. I don't have huge feedback because, to your guys' point, it wasn't a radical difference. I guess it's just a question of expectations, and I'm not here to say mine were any better than yours or vice versa. It's just, for me, if I just ask myself, did this come together late? And you know, you got to stick the landing more than you have to refresh the brand. They chose sticking the landing, and they got that. So I don't know. Incredible to see a guy like Gaethje at the top of the lightweight division in 37-2. That's what I'm saying. I don't think we'll see another one like. I mean, top of the division's not quite right, but still putting himself in relevant action. You know, wasn't sure about Justin fighting Ilya. Now I want to see that fight. I wouldn't hate it, but it's not the best fight for me. How many rounds do you see Justin lasting against Topuria? 2. Topuria will blow his brains out. Buenas noches. My question is simple. How much better can Paddy get? Not much better. He's 31. He can get better, but he took a lot of it beaten. He came to the UFC with nearly 20 fights, and he is clearly a lot better. But dude, if you can't sting and hurt these guys, and you're that vulnerable defensively, and you just took a shitload of damage, your upside is limited at this point. I mean, he'll still win some fights in this division, some big ones. He's still important for the UK market. You know, his career's not over. I'm not saying anything crazy like that, but the idea that you can take what you have now this far along and he could still be a champion, I will take the under on that. You can mark me down as the under on that. What do you do now with Umar? Win, but not a standout. UFC's got a problem because the Omali fight's a lot more interesting. Oops, excuse me, hang on. The O'Malley fight's a lot more interesting, but Umar deserves it more. But I don't think there's any mandate for it. And Merab deserves it anyway. I think you're going to have to make him wait. Try to move that along in his absence with Ramadan or something. But you're going to have to make him wait. Or just take other bullshit-ass fights, you know. LT, thanks, my dude. I was struggling earlier today with watching, but I'm glad I did. Glad you did as well. Thank you. Weed, whiskey, and LT stream got me feeling proper. Hell yeah. Glad you could be here, bro. Appreciate you. I think the noticeable glass-cutting nips display may have answered your 1080p question. I'm still happy to be watching these cards on the West Coast. Yeah. I wish I could too. Where do you think BSD can realistically end up? Do you think he can get past a Max Holloway or get to the top 3? I think he can get to the top 3, but I don't think he can be the best. He also is just a little bit too... We'll see what his progress looks like, but he's just a little too one note and a little too reckless. I know you hate it, but I missed the Face the Pain intro. Yep, you're right. I do hate it. Is it just me or Song and Allen looking like they'll end up like Vittori? They're better than him. Close to reach the next level, but never do. That part is true. Sandhagen seems stuck there as well. Well, they got some generationally good guys in front of them, but dude, it's hard to be a fucking champion. You can see how good you have to be, particularly at bantamweight. Like Corey Sandhagen, the level of skill he has at like 70, champion of the fucking world. But at 35, it's tough. Or 85 anyway. If Yuri and Justin are the same size, who wins? Or whose chaos wins? Justin's more technical. All things considered, I enjoyed the start of the Paramount era. 'Twas fun. Say it ain't so. I will not go. Turn the lights off. Carry me freaking home. Unrelated, but did you see Andy Cruz? He did? No way. That's a huge upset, no? No way. Let me look up the odds on that. So what was it? Cruz was a minus 275 favorite in a lot of places, and he fucking lost. Wow. That's crazy. And Cosmo, welcome to the party. All right, boys. It's late, and I'm tired, and I have a headache, but I'm so glad I did this. Welcome to the Paramount era. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. Thumbs up if you haven't already. It'd be really, really appreciated if you did. As a reminder, extra stuff on my Substack for you to enjoy. Tape studies, breakdowns, the whole 9 yards. You can get it right here. There's also a link in the description box below. Thank you all so much for watching. I greatly appreciate it. Have a great night. If you're going to get caught in the winter storm like we are, be safe and take care of yourself. All right? I love you all. Have a great night. Peace, y'all. Bye.